What is going on, everybody? It is the Vanishing Mediators, and we're back with a really special episode. And given the name Vanishing Mediators, we thought we would dedicate this exegetical reading to an essay by Frederic Jameson himself called Marxism and Historicism. And I think the inspiration for this came about from a reading group we had participated in. It was myself, Nick, Christopher, and someone we'd like to introduce you in a bit. But it was Daniel Tutt's reading group, the Emancipations channel, on Jameson's Political Unconscious. So we thought that, because we love the Jameson text so much, and Jameson is an influential figure in almost everybody in this group's work, it'd be nice to read an ancillary essay regarding Marxism and the emphasis of historicism. With that being said, I like to introduce Conor. Conor is a fellow comrade, and I had met him in Daniel's Emancipation Study group. I think it was the first group I met you in was in the 1844 manuscripts one. And then you were a part of the psychoanalytic one for a bit. But the reason why we brought Conor on is because he is a self-declared Fred head. And not only that, we'll link it into the description when we post the video. He walked us through a brilliant layout of the Kramos Square, which is important for Frederic Jameson. And he did it in conjunction with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So it was posted in the Emancipations group hosted by Daniel Tutt. So please check that out. But that being said, Conor, would you like to say anything more before we begin to introduce
Yeah,
you?
sure. Yeah. So like you mentioned, I've been a part of like Tuts Group for a while. Um, First of all, thank you so much for inviting me on. This is going to be a lot of fun. Um, I've seen your group working from afar, but to actually be with you guys and joining you is a real privilege. So thank you again. And yeah, I just love Fred. Like for me, like the big three are like Marx, Adorno, Jameson, and Lukács, a really big four with a healthy dose of psychoanalysis. So I'm always in that orbit, and I'm constantly returning to the work of Fred Jameson just because it's just always gratifying to do that. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's a good mix because Frederic Jameson's work orients around Marx, a bit of psychoanalysis, a lot of Adorno and Lukács, right?
Mhm.
It seems to be the reoccurring thinkers that he's always grappling with, for great reasons, right? So no, that's really exciting. No, we're really glad to have you. And yeah, like I said, like, really dope. You're well read, knowledgeable in all those fields, but specifically, like, yeah, like you were really big help with the Jameson stuff. So yeah, welcome aboard. Does anybody want to say anything before we start?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, well, first, yeah, thanks for joining us, Connor. I'm sure you'll help us elucidate a lot of the trickier content in this essay, but I also wanted to say that the reason that we're choosing this essay is because I believe it was Conrad Hamilton who said this essay is worth reading to understand what Jameson means when he says always historicize, which is how he opens the political unconscious. So in this essay, he goes into more depth on the four kinds of historicism that he'll be tearing with. So I just wanted to add that, and that's why we chose this essay.
Yeah, that's another good uh reference. Another erudite Conrad, which it's funny. I always get this like almost attempt of a Freudian slip to say comrade, but then we got Conor, Conrad, and our other comrade Colin. So it's just like all these different phonemes of the name. All right, but yeah, we could start, and I could actually start off the reading, and whoever wants to go second, just yeah, let me know. But we'll start it off with Marxism and Historicism. So Jameson says the relationship of Marxism to historicism is part of a larger problem, that of a properly Marxist hermeneutic, which cannot fully be dealt with here. Let us merely observe that the two thematic paths along which the problem is generally approached that of historicism and that of an interpretive master code form, along with the third and a more distantly related theme of representation. The three major polemic and ideological targets of most forms of post-structuralism today, even though full dress philosophical onslaughts on these three concepts have rarely been mounted. Still, the work of the Telquel group, Barth, Derrida, Baudrillard, Lyotard, and others presupposes this polemic at the same time that it contributes locally to this or the aspect of it. Whereas the most systematic statement of the repudiation of historicism has been made by Foucault in his Order of the Things and Archaeology of Knowledge, and most systematic statement of the repudiation of interpretations is expressed in Anti-Oedipus, which is kind of seems like it's some of the stuff that we were familiarized with in the introduction of political unconscious when it comes to interpretation. Of Deleuze and Guattari, all these statements, however, presuppose a more basic master text, namely Althusser's Reading Capital, which, owing to its explicitly Marxist framework, is probably less familiar to American readers than the other texts in French theory today. Althusser's attacks on Marxist historicism, on the classical hermeneutics, which he calls expressive causality, are therefore basic reference points in what follows, even if we cannot here engage Althusser's fundamental work directly. As for interpretation, I can only assert here what I will argue more systematically in another place, namely the semantic priority of Marxist interpretation over the interpretive codes and are codes that are its rival in the theoretical marketplace today. I think we should stop right there to kind of touch the key points. I guess like what I'll kind of ask is like this understanding of hermeneutic or Marxist hermeneutic seems to be like a repetitive theme for Jameson since the political unconscious. Now, I don't know when this essay came about, and my knowledge of Jameson is limited besides the political unconscious, but it seems like he's polemicizing against the background of this sort of destruction of a master narrative from like Lyotard, but then like you know the effects that archaeology of Foucault have on texts, as well as the anti-interpretivism of Deleuze and Guattari, which I think I'm more familiar with, which in the realm of philosophy and the effects of post-structuralism, I think Deleuze and Guattari have a major effect when it comes to this example of anti-interpretation or anti-signifier, as you know, a text not having some specific meaning, but always decoding and always like having this sort of aesthetic rhizomatic flow. But for that being said, I think there's no room for this historicist process, which I think is imperative for Jameson. And then also this key point about the real master text, which comes from Althusser's reading, which I think is important because it's not only influential for the French thinkers, but that there is this anti-historicism and a more structural reading of Marx as a sort of scientific thinker. We get from you know, the epistemological break to a more mature reading, which is in the Capital, but in a scholastic way. The effects of that method give the advent for post-structuralist readings to come, like Foucault's Archaeology, Barth's Death of the Author, and then the sort of minor literature of D&G.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would only add like, namely the semantic priority of Marxist interpretation over the other interpretive codes that are its rivals in the theoretical marketplace today. What Jameson is doing is like kind of a polemic, right? Because what are like Deleuze, Lyotard, and others like interested in doing? They're saying like Marxism is not the master code. It does not do historicism. And to just name check that quote again, we're talking about the semantic priority, which has to do with meaning. What does history mean, right? And structuralism is not interested in those questions. They're interested in what it is that the thing in question or the structure does. which is a completely different approach to interpretation than a semantic one, which would be about, again, meaning.
That's a good clarification. Yeah. So it's like not what is history, but what does it mean to do history, or what does history mean, right? At this level of like understanding the semantic. And he's in a sense privileging the text, but not in some like Derridian way of like there's nothing outside the text, but that there is a sort of social relation to literature and the text or the code, right?
Yeah. But something like structuralism is want to do. We're getting ahead of ourselves already, but like the structuralists are like wants to reduce history to a text, right? Which is to say that the idea that history means something for the structuralists is like perverse, as if we are actually talking about like historical events that actually happened. Like according to the structuralists, that is not true. It's always mediated by texts. And so for them, like the ultimate horizon of history is it doesn't penetrate any depth or essence or being of history, but rather it's lateral. It can only point to other texts and other interpretations of history. And so you can already see then that like this is one of the major preoccupations that Jameson is on about, saying that no, like Marxism is not a lateral move and just another reference to another kind of interpretation, but has something that trumps all of these other claims in dismissing history and its effects, etc.
Right. That makes sense. It makes me think, like, as an example, to kind of see the effects of this. Like Jordan Peterson is always like against postmodernism and tries to reduce like all these sorts of thinkers to postmodernism. Foucault is like, the sort of maleficent face of all of postmodernism, or Derrida. And then like he made this, I think it was in a Joe Rogan interview, like one of the ones where he was crying about music. The beauty of
Yeah.
music. He said, like, all these thinkers like Derrida and Foucault will say that, there's nothing outside the text and that there's no like overarching meaning. So like you could have multiple meanings of anything. There's no like underlying truth. Well, let me tell you what, we could trace all of everything back to the Bible. All of Western thought is really influenced by the Bible, but he's not even talking about like Christianity as such, but that the text and structure of the Bible. So in a sense, like he reifies post-structuralist thought while trying to critique post-structuralism. So in a sense, it's this weird ideological mapping that you could see from a Jamesonian lens, like that post-structuralism is, you don't have to be considered a post-structuralist or a Foucauldian or whatever, but the fact that it has this effect of creating this sort of ideological mapping on reality, right?
Yeah, and just to bounce off of that, Jordan Peterson is against this relativism of postmodernism, which is to say that nothing means anything, right? And to evoke another famous Jordan Peterson, what is he most famous for? Like, what is his most like crank idea? That we're just like lobsters, right? Which obviously like is invested in a certain idea of like natural right or justice, which is a certain like affinity for Nietzscheanism. There is such thing as the natural hierarchy because is such a thing as the strong and the weak. But more than that, I think what undergirds that strategy by Peterson is a commitment to a certain ontological plentitude and priority. Like, which is to say that things do mean things. Like my experience in the constitution of my being is real. And it's interesting then to think of, although he is a ridiculous person, a lot of people kick and scream about the same thing who are not ridiculous, right? Like, so how then to restore the plentitude of experience in our everyday lives? And that's something Jameson will go on to talk about in the essay.
No, for sure. Thanks for that clarification. I left off at if indeed whoever wants to take that part.
I can continue. If indeed one construes interpretation as a rewriting operation, all the various critical methods or positions may be grasped as positing, either explicitly or implicitly, some ultimate privileged interpretive code in terms of which the cultural object is allegorically rewritten. Such codes have taken the various forms of language or communication in structuralism, desire, as for some Freudianisms, but also some post-Marxisms, anxiety and freedom in classical existentialism, temporality for phenomenology, collective archetypes in Jungianism or myth criticism, various forms of ethics or psychological humanism in criticism whose dominant themes are the integration of the personality, the quest for identity, alienation and non-alienation, the reunification of the psyche, and so forth. Marxism also proposes a master code, but it is not, as is sometimes commonly thought, either that of economics or production in the narrow sense, or that of class struggle as the local conjuncture or event, but rather that very different category, which is the mode of production itself, which we may therefore expect to make its appearance at the conclusion of the present argument. For the moment, suffice it to say that the concept of a mode of production projects a total synchronic structure in terms of which the themes and concrete phenomena valorized by the other methods listed above necessarily find the appropriately subordinate structural position. This is to say that no intelligent contemporary Marxism will wish to exclude or repudiate any of the themes listed above, which all in their various ways designate objective zones in the fragmentation of contemporary life. Marxism's transcendence of these other methods therefore does not spell the abolition or dissolution of their privileged objects of study, but rather the demystification of the various frameworks or strategies of containment by means of which each could lay claim to being a total and self-sufficient interpretive system. To affirm the priority of Marxist analysis is that of some ultimate and untranscendable semantic horizon, namely the horizon of the social, thus implies that all other interpretive systems conceal a seam which strategically seals them off from the social totality of which they are a part and constitutes their object of study as an apparently closed phenomenon. I just wanted to add here that this sort of like evokes Lukács for me. And Conor, you mentioned Lukács at the beginning of our discussion, because it's like when I hear totality, I think history and class consciousness. I mean, I'm reading that right now, and I know as a Hegelian, he's big on this idea of totality. And when I read Postmodernism by Jameson, I wasn't entirely ready for that text because I didn't quite get what Jameson was talking about when he talked about totality. But my suspicion is it's like kin with a Lukácsian idea of totality, and that he's doing something with the semantic and this sort of, I don't know, like a semiotic key, hermeneutic key that he's getting from Marxist analysis that's kind of similar to what Lukács wants to do with class consciousness as something that invokes a totality. And I guess if we're thinking about this as a polemic, what Jameson's responding to is distinct from what Lukács is responding to for various reasons, namely because it's like the different milieus that they're a part of. But it seems to me that like it's almost like, yeah, he with in light of a kind of post-Althusserian view of history as breaks and convergences, a kind of view of history that tries to do away with like a substantialization of these different forces. He's advocating for an idea of totality, which we haven't yet superseded. I don't know if any of that makes sense. I'm kind of...
Yeah. I don't think, well, I think it might be clarifying to talk about containment for a second.
Yeah.
It's very good that you brought up totality already, because in sort of like lay terms, what containment strategies are is the repression of an aspect of the totality that then allows for the respective hermeneutic in question to constitute itself, right? Which is to then say that it is because of the exclusion of a certain aspect of the totality that, again, certain things can be seen and privileged and etc. So that is to then say that if Marxism can make a claim of being able to subsume all of these other interpretive codes, that is true because it has a higher level of fidelity to totality than these other respective fields. With all that being said, we shouldn't naively affirm then that just because we're Marxists, we know what the totality is. Indeed, conceptualizing the totality is problematic throughout all of Jameson's work. Indeed, it gets increasingly difficult to do the work of conceptualizing totality. But yeah, perhaps to put this in like more lay terms, like feminism has as its privileged object of analysis, like patriarchal hierarchical relationships, right? Like queer theory has as its like privileged object of analysis, like sex. The same could be said for race and so on. But all of those respective fields repress something, do not talk about something else. Right, which is to say then that they're not talking about some crucial aspect of the totality, and we as Marxists can point that out. So
yeah, and I would say like with the totality, it has to do with, so like for Lukács, it's all about, at least the Lukács of the history of class consciousness, totality, and the Marxist aim of totality is the unity of the subject with its object, right? So like Marxism, not only as a science but as a method, has a subject of praxis, which is like, I guess, the proletariat, and it's being as a class, not only in itself but for itself, and the object inquiry for revolution. He has sort of like circular argument for what makes, in the orthodox Marxism chapter of that text, what makes Marxism materialist and revolutionary. But with that being said, like, I think it's interesting to think about totality in the terms of like, what is it that structures society, right? And it is the mode of production, right? But this mode of production is not reducible to an economism, right? It's what is structuring the social, and it's not only an economic aspect but a social relation to which the economic life allows for the reproduction of the social totality, which is a class asymmetrical relation, an antagonistic one over time. And I wanted to point out real quick this thing that he mentions, which is very much expressed in, no pun intended, in political unconscious, which is the notions of causality. And I think this relates to the if I'm not mistaken, to the point that Nick made about totality, which is expressive causality, because in that text he has three forms of causality that he's grappling with. It's mechanistic causality, right? Which is as simple as like scientific causality, or forms of causality that's just like the billiard ball hitting the next billiard ball in this sort of like linear motion. And then you have expressive, which he just points out that Althusser is sort of against. And maybe you could clarify the definition of expressive causality. And then we have the one that Althusser is more aligned with, but then still has problems, is structural causality, right? Where there's a sort of absent cause in the structure. And why I bring that up is because the way that he talks about in this page that Nick just read about the synchronic dimension of the modes of production. And I think that becomes problematic when we think of causality, because I think he says one of the things that one of those forms of causality does is keep, I guess, like ideology that comes from this mode of production so synchronic that we don't have a diachronic effect. And what that has to do, diachrony is tied in with time and history, right? History of the discourse, or history of a moment, right?
Yeah, it seems like he wants to recuperate some idea of totality without jettisoning Althusser's like absent cause. Yeah, it's like he's kind of navigating the straits between both of those.
Yeah, I agree. It seems as though expressive causality has to do with synchrony, and that the only way from which we can talk about the constitution of a system is through in registering its effects. So that would then be able, would gesture towards this idea of the absent cause, right? We can't say what the cause is, but nonetheless, because we feel its effects, we know that there must be a cause. It's something like this. But with all that being said, this is not being synchronic, is not operating on the level or interested in the question of change, historical change or diachrony, right? So you're totally right. James is going to try and juggle these things, right? How can we affirm Althusser as legitimate and providing us an insight, while at the same time trying to restore an idea of an understanding of history? So,
shall we continue?
Yes.
Remind me where I left off. Was it closed phenomenon?
I think so, yeah. If you want to continue that, or if somebody else wants to read.
Chris, you there? I think he said he's dipping in and out. He's got the
Yeah, he might be having a
else he's
phone.
going with right now.
yeah, I can pick it up if that's cool.
Sure.
Thus, for instance, the powerful closed hermeneutic of the Freudian psychic models is unexpectedly and dialectically reopened and transcended when it is understood that such models ultimately depend on the concrete social reality of the family as an institution. As to the final state and all the post-structuralist critiques of interpretation, in which allegorical rewriting always presupposes some ultimately privileged form of representation, and now representation is being evoked again, and it was earlier introduced. In the present instance, presumably, the representation of something called history itself. So post-structuralists think that's ridiculous. We can merely assert here that it is precisely in this respect that a Marxist hermeneutic can be radically distinguished from all the other types enumerated above, since its, quote, master code or transcendental signified is precisely not given as a representation, but rather as an absent cause, as that which can never know full representation. I must here limit myself to a formula I have proposed elsewhere, namely that history is not in any sense itself a text or master narrative, but that it is inaccessible to us except in textual or narrative form, or in other words, that we approach it only by way of some prior textualization or narrative reconstruction. I obviously think that's like a big idea. I think he sort of like hammers this point again at the end of like the introduction. So maybe to get a little bit ahead of ourselves, like I think what he's on about is that we are going to affirm that there is such thing as like the material of history, but we can never access that in its immediacy. It always presents itself to us in some mediated form. But if we can concede or affirm that it presents itself to us in a mediated form, that's still has as an antecedent that there is authentic, let's say, historical material that is being worked over. So in understanding history, then, we have to understand the mechanisms that mediate the presentation of history to us in our own moment. That's sort of like, for me, like the big move that's going on. Like,
yeah, and it's so good that he says that, like, history is not a master code or a specific text, but he's talking about like a reconstruction of a narrative. And it just makes me think, okay, like when historians, say they're doing history, and I'm thinking of like the sort of centrist, sort of liberal or conservative types where, and you go into Barnes and Noble when you look at like the US history, military history, it's always like from like this sort of like starting point where like, okay, you name the dates of like the sort of period that you're talking about. And really it's all about like, the forces of good versus evil, or like, it's the privileging of certain characters that were a part of this moment and the ideas that they had, right? And there's never really like a narrative. It's more of like in a sense of historiography of like accounting for dates, times, and events that occurred. But there is a sort of ideological narrative that's quilting in it, right? And within that, it's like as if what is also being maybe not foreclosed, but vanishes, or what's brought into question is the social relations or the social totality, what brings those things about in historiography. And this is where I think, from my understanding of what we're reading so far, totality for Marxism becomes important, because when we're thinking about history, or to use Badiou's term, periodization, we're reconstructing something from a framework, right, which isn't sort of privileging an object where the subject is at distance. Like, no, we as the Marxist, quote unquote, historians, are putting ourselves within that totality as well. We don't have this sort of privileged distance, right? We're just sort of looking at it from within and reconstructing the totality of that narrative, right? We are being able to use totality and class struggle as a way to see things that would nonetheless remain absent if we were to use other methods.
Yeah. I think you're already gesturing towards like identity and radical difference in Jameson's understanding of history, right?
Okay, yeah. I was just pointing that out in like that long-winded thing because of this idea of reconstruction. I think is kind of interesting, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, before continuing, like you already mentioned you're reading History and Class Consciousness, Turn Up, an absolute classic. But I think it's there that Lukács just describes or gives a definition of totality as the total set of social relationships that necessary to produce and reproduce society, right? Which is to then say that this can also reframe how it is that we think of containment strategies. Containment strategies are obscuring some aspects of absolutely necessary social relationships in order to do that work. But okay, I'll continue unless there's another comment.
Go ahead.
These preliminary remarks about the problem of interpretation would therefore seem to have restructured in advance the other related problem that is our official subject here, namely that of historicism, to which we now turn. I will speak in a moment about the curious destiny of this term, which cannot today be pronounced without furtively turning up one's lapels and glancing over one's shoulder. Let us for the moment construe this problem in a more empirical or common sense fashion as being simply that of our relationship to the past, and of our possibility of understanding the latter's monuments, artifacts, and traces. The dilemma of any historicism can then be dramatized by the peculiar, unavoidable, yet seemingly unresolvable alteration between identity and difference. This is indeed the first arbitrary decision we are called up on to make with respect to any form or object from out of the past. Arbitrary decision is the key word there. And it is a decision which founds that contact. So that on the one hand, as with Sartre and freedom, we cannot not opt for one of the other of these possibilities, even when for the most part we remain obvious or oblivious of a choice made in an unthematized and unreflexive way. While on the other, the decision itself, since it inaugurates the experience, is something like an absolute presupposition that is itself beyond any further philosophical argument. Thus, we cannot appeal to any empirical findings about the past, since they are themselves grounded on this initial presupposition. That this is meanwhile an intolerable option may quickly be conveyed by an oversimplified demonstration. If we choose to affirm the identity of the alien object with ourselves, if, in other words, we decide that Chaucer, say, or Suriptigus' Venus, or the narratives of 19th century Russian gentry, or more or less directly or intuitively accessible to us with our own cultural moyen de bord, then we have presupposed what was to have been demonstrated, and our apparent comprehension of these alien texts must be haunted by the nagging suspicion that we have all the while remained locked in our own present, the present of the so-and-so, with its televisions and superhighways, its Cold War, and its postmodernisms and post-structuralisms, and that we have never really left home at all, that our feeling of Verstehen is little better than mere psychological projection, that we have somehow failed to touch the strangeness and the resistance of a reality genuinely different from our own. So this is like the hindrances of identity, right? And we think that we're going back into the past, and yet we're just merely reproducing our own present. Yeah. So any thoughts so far?
I've got a question for you, but it has something more to do with where we left off with Lukács, because I've just been trying to formulate it in my head here. But I'm wondering if you think that in regards to totality, just to bring it back to that, if the totality is the totality of social relations for Lukács, and the proletariat represents the contradiction of capitalism, the bourgeoisie has to repress knowledge of capitalism's contradictions. I wonder if for Jameson, within that totality, all of these strategies of containment that he's polemicizing against, if for him those are kind of like reifications on the level of culture, or is that like an abuse of that concept?
I think it's a really good point, a really good question to bring up. And this is very helpful then because we get to clarify what the fuck Lukács is talking about, and it nags me and it's a pet peeve, because now we can talk about standpoint theory, which is, for me seems to be like a pejorative term nowadays, and I think that's only true because nobody actually reads Lukács, right? For Lukács, standpoint theory is predicated. Well, to back up, you asked me, or you rather asked, for Lukács in capitalism, is there a sort of conscious repression of the knowledge of capitalism amongst the workers? Lukács would say no. Why would he say no? Because according to Lukács, the bourgeois is structurally incapable of understanding its position within the totality. Why is that the case? And why is it implicitly true then that the proletarian has access to this knowledge? That's true because they sell their labor power. Their very lives are commodified, right? Which is to then say that the compulsion or the circulation of commodities also mirrors or determines the very life of the workers themselves. So the vitality of capitalism is has something of the very life of the workers. And it's because this is true, and when we understand that as proletarians, that we get a glimpse into totality that the bourgeois is not able to catch because they don't sell their labor power.
Right, and that's a good point because, like, if you bring it back to 1844 manuscripts, where Marx says is like, the worker suffers, no matter what, like even if the capitalist like risks and loses like their sort of assets, they don't necessarily suffer in the same way that the worker would, because the worker is not only propertyless but also has to sell their labor for a wage, right? The capitalists or just the bourgeois class, they relate to, you could say, the social relations by the way they encounter the market via the way that they don't have to exchange their labor power. It's money. It's the formula of CMC and MCM, for lack of a better term. But I think that in that sense, the way that alienation occurs for all of us, including the capitalists, they cannot encounter their alienation in the way that the worker can because of the way they suffer, the way that they are in position of their social relations because of the division of labor, and the way that they are also just alienated from themselves and the effects that does to them. What does he say? The worker is reduced down to a stomach and a mouth, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. To sort of summarize that in a word, we're talking about reification, which is Lukács just talking about how it is that labor power, or a part of the worker's life, is incorporated into the production of capital, right? And the effects that has on consciousness, on one's quality of life, etc. Which is obviously a huge idea that, it's hard to imagine Western Marxism without this idea of reification from Lukács, right? So you cannot undersell just how important an idea it is. But okay, I'm trying to tie this back into a question of identity, because it seems to me that part of this projection of our own present back onto the past is also a consequence of reification. Because what does the reified mind experience? What is being repressed in consciousness of those who suffer these effects? It's, where does value come from? It's where and how value emerges in the production of commodities, which is another way of talking about how it is that notions of change and of the production of our own present, the production of history, is itself repressed. And it's for this reason then that bourgeois people can convince themselves that capitalism has always been here. It's going to stay. Nothing's going to change, because the reified mind, or the bourgeois mind, are literally structurally incapable of recognizing this, right? So
these strategies of containment then that he's talking about, like whether it's Foucault, Derrida, these strategies that say there's no outside to the text or privilege some specific object, do you think that Jameson thinks of these different strategies, which he's describing as seams of the totality? So he's not saying these thinkers are all wrong necessarily, but are these different reified strategies of dealing with contradiction? Like that's what I'm kind of getting from this.
Yeah, totally. I think Jameson talks about this more in postmodernism on the theory chapter, which is something I've been meaning to reread for a while now. But it's in that chapter that he just, like, for me, stridently says that a lot of so-called postmodern theories, so whether it's like Deleuze or Lyotard or whatever, even Foucault, think of themselves as on like the bleeding edge in critiquing capitalism. But Jameson will go on to say, no, we rather need to understand their theories that talk about the increasing fracturing of everyday life, increasing relativization, and so on. Rather, are reflections and a reproduction of more intense symptoms leveled on the reified mind, right? And they can register that, right? So while they think they're, critiquing capitalism, what they are doing, and it's worth reading them for this, is that they are adequately registering these symptoms, but they're sort of not aware that that's what's happening when they're making their theories. So, I'm sorry, one second.
No, I could, if Chris wants to read the next one, or I think you might have.
I don't think he's present.
Yeah, I think he left. I could. Where did we leave off at?
I think it's yes, if as a result, at the very bottom of that page.
Yes, if as a result of such hyperbolic doubt, we decide to reverse this initial, I can't see right now, initial stance of a stance to affirm instead of on the outset the radical difference of the alien object from ourselves, then at once the door of comprehension begin to swing close, and we find ourselves separated by the whole density of our own culture from objects or culture, thus initially defined as other from ourselves, and thus as irremediably inaccessible. The status of the classical world has long been paradigmatic of this dilemma. When Greek forms and Latin texts were considered classical for us, what was affirmed was not merely the identity of these formal languages and sign systems with our own aesthetic values and ideals, but rather also, and through the symbolic medium of the aesthetic experience, a whole political analogy between two forms of social life. We are in a position to grasp this better today, when Greek forms and the ideal of classical beauty that derives from them, and of which the art of Raphael has generally been taken as the supreme embodiment, to come to be viewed as insipid, and when the temptation arises to rewrite them more strongly in terms of difference. Then the Nietzschean reassertion of the Dionysian and of the orgiastic counter-religion of the mysteries, the ritual studies of the Cambridge School, Freud himself and Levi-Strauss rewriting of the Oedipus legend in terms of a primitive myth, decisive reversals in classical scholarship such as the work of George Thompson, Dodd's The Greek and the Irrational, and the newer French classical scholarship, and above all, perhaps contemporary aesthetic reinterpretation of the Greek fact, such as Karl Orff's opera Antigone, all converge to produce an alternative Greece, not that of Pericles or the Parthenon, but something savage or barbaric, tribal or African or Mediterranean sexist, a culture of masks and death, ritual ecstasies, slavery, scapegoating, phallocratic homosexuality, an utterly non or anti-classical culture to which something of the electrifying otherness and fascinating, say, of the Aztec world has been restored. That this powerful counter image is no less conditioned by our own collective fantasies than the edel infalt un still gross of the Apollonian classicism, which is replaced by may be deduced from its kinship with other persistent historical motifs, such as the constellation of totalitarian fantasies expressed in 1984, images of Wittgenstein's Oriental despotism, popular representations of Stalinist bureaucracy, and of the cyclical return particularly in science fiction, of various images of imperial domination and of archaic power systems. Yeah, there's a lot in there right there. But I think, yeah, I think this goes back to, I think what you were mentioning about identity. And he mentions Raphael. Raphael is the one who did the painting of Plato and Aristotle, right? Where Aristotle is like pointing straight ahead and he's holding the ethics, and then Plato's pointing up and he's like at the Timaeus. And like, you see the sort of depiction of like beauty and values in like, the aesthetics of antiquity, right? And then how it's taken up in the sort of transvaluation of values in Nietzsche, right? Because Nietzsche privileges the sort of Homeric Greece, right, versus the what he calls Hellenic, right? Because Hellenic is in his mind exemplified by decadence in Plato and Socrates, right? He likes this more Dionysian effect. But I think it's interesting how then he then incorporates all these other thinkers, including Freud, with Freud and Levi Strauss's like Oedipus myth of the primal father, into which we have on the one hand the beauty and the classical antiquity, and then you also have the savagery, right, of a primordial myth. But both of them seem to be exemplifying a sort of phantasmatic kernel of an aesthetic paradigm that would be encompassing ancient antiquity, right? So it's like history of that is still distorted in either a myth or a conception like Raphael's Plato and Aristotle, just to use my own example of Raphael.
Yeah. That you're right. There's a ton here. And for me, the next sentence is absolutely crucial in clarifying what the hell we just read, right? So continuing, nonetheless, the content of these new motifs allows us to reevaluate the older vision of the classical world. So we do get to reevaluate history, which we were not able to do with identity. However, which now proves to be less a matter of individual taste than a whole social and collective mirror image. So in other words, okay, we're talking about difference now, but it is a mirror image of our own presence still. So we are still then maintaining this question of whether or not we're actually getting at history. So this is a mirror image, and what use then is made of this mirror image? In which the production of a new artistic style, neoclassicism, comes to serve as the vehicle for political legitimation. So the virtue and legitimation of the present is brought about by bringing our own moment in sharp distinction to the barbarism of the past, right? That's the move that's going on with this different stuff, right? Is this making sense? Like, so we're still caught up in our present, even though we do have a better sense of how it is that our present is different than the past. Our understanding of the past is still determined by our present, which we found at work in identity as well. So we are still no closer to understanding some authentic kind of history, despite these two approaches.
Right. So in a sense, like in these reconstructions, like it doesn't tell us anything about the past. It really just sort of like is putting a mirror that's showing us a sort of distorted image of ourselves in the present. And we're kind of reifying that. And to kind of, because I don't think we really defined reification, but reification in conjunction with alienation is where reification is described as like where we no longer relate to other people as people, or we relate to things in the social life as people, but we become things ourselves that relate to other things, right? Because we're commodified, right?
Yeah.
So we become a commodification in the process that relates to other commodities in this exchange and circulation.
Yeah, so like, which is another word for commodity fetishism. Like, I think what the benefit of reification does is that reification is more, I don't know, let's say immediately about how it is that consciousness must adapt to the production process of capitalism, and how it is that, I'm thinking of like Fordism, especially respective parts, specialization, repetitive movements, are themselves mechanisms that become a part of consciousness, right? And yes, indeed, the individual worker is isolated on the production line, right? So they cannot think of themselves or have a full knowledge of the production process either, even during reification. So yeah, we could do a whole class on reification, but
Oh yeah, no. And in a sense, I guess just to cap it off before we continue reading is that this process occurs in the cultural artifacts or the literature or the art, the aesthetic itself is definitely more than just definitely like prone to this process as well. And so that's where it becomes sort of ideological, or not even just ideological, but it gets caught into the word that I used above, a synchronic effect, right?
mm-hmm. Exactly.
Chris, would you like to
Yeah, where
read?
did we leave off? Was it nonetheless?
Now
trying
it is
to
a whole
see.
dominant social class.
Bear with me 1 second. Oh, I got it. Now it is a whole dominant social class, the English aristocratic oligarchy, as it persists as a privileged enclave within the hostile environment of industrialization and commerce, and the alien element of a brutalized and mentally and corporally alienated proletariat, which contemplates its own ideal image in and is validated by the culture of slaveholding aristocratic polis, from which only the cultural forms themselves triumphantly survive. It is clear that these two images of the classic world, that of identity and that of difference, that of the harmonious polis and that of the Orientalism of a radically alien form of social life, float side by side as alternative worlds that could never intersect. That both are profoundly ideological visions should not encourage us too rapidly to conclude that a value-free and henceforth scientific historiography is capable of freeing us from the binary opposition of identity and difference, and of piercing such ideological representations in order to replace them with an objective account of the realities of the ancient world. Perhaps, on the contrary, we need to take into account the possibility that our contact with the past will always pass through the imaginary and through its ideologies, will always come in one way or another, be mediated by the codes and motifs of some deeper historical classification system, or penis savage, probably said that wrong, of the historical imagination, some properly political unconscious. That is at any rate the hypothesis we now want to explore. This reminds me when you're watching a movie and they say the name of the movie, they said political unconscious.
Yeah.
I begin by suggesting the traditional solutions to the dilemma of historicism are fourfold, and indeed organize themselves into something like a combinator or structural permutation scheme. It is, however, sufficient to enumerate these possibilities, which I call Antiquarianism, Existential Historicism, Structural Typology, and Nietzschean anti-historicism, to note the two of these positions amount essentially to refusals or repudiations of the problem itself. This refusal may be observed most immediately in simple antiquarianism, for which the past does not have to justify its claims of interest on us, nor do its monuments have to present their credentials as proper research subjects, or furnish appropriate reasons for a passionate commitment to the Fairy Queen or to 19th century industrial novels, which now, validated as sheer historical facts, which the irrevocable claim on us of all historical fact, lead a ghostly second existence as mere private hobbies. One is tempted to say that this position solves the problem of the relationship between present and past by the simple gesture of abolishing the present as such, and that its emblem might well be found in Melville's late consumptive usher to a grammar school who loved to dust his old grammars. It somehow mildly reminded him of his mortality. The graduate school anxieties of the first scene of Goethe's Fast sufficiently express the asphyxiating distress of this position, to which Nietzsche's use and abuse of history then comes as a fairly predictable dialectical reaction and counterblast. I'll just read to 3. Yet it should not be thought that the antiquarian position is utterly without theoretical justification, even though such justification may take the form of the repudiation of theory as such. It is, in fact, a cultural equivalent and afterimage of a far more powerful ideology in the realm of historiography itself, namely of empiricism proper. It should not be necessary today to rehearse the many powerful indictments that have been made by empirical and empiricist historiography, which can be resumed by the twin diagnosis that the repudiation of theory is itself a theory, and the concept of the objective fact is itself a theoretical construct. I will therefore limit myself to observing that the empiricist position is essentially a second-degree reactive, critical, or demystifying one, a form of what Deleuze and Guattari conveniently term the decoding of pre-existent, conventionally received interpretive codes, which, whether they may be those of folk and popular legend, as in ancient historiography, or essentially theological visions of history, as in Enlightenment historiography, of the naive chronicle narratives of the deeds and destinies of the great, as in the nascent social history of the 19th century, or of a hegemonic Marxian vision of history in the present day. If this is so, however, that empirical historiography or antiquarianism is never a first-degree position in its own right, but rather presupposes for its own vitality as it stands the existence of those other visions of history, which its mission lies in subverting. I know I was gone for a little bit, but I feel like he's still just saying, I'm probably the most not as familiar with Jameson as everybody else, aside from the political unconscious. But just that there is no return to the past unfiltered, like everybody else is saying. It's always tainted by our own ideology or our own present. So it's whatever the paradigmatic thinking is of the day. And I saw a quote from Baudrillard recently where he was talking about anthropology, and anthropologists are big on saying they can be objective and see the native in their own habitat and as they are. And he's like, if you were able to get that, you're going to lose something in the transmission either way. It's always mediated by whether it's language, ideology, or something of that own right. So that's kind of, I guess, what I'm picking up so far.
I mean, I left for a bit to use the restroom, but I think what Chris was reading, I came back to, and I like on section 2 on the left-hand side where he says that he begins by suggesting that the traditional solutions to the dilemma of historicism are fourfold. And I feel like that's interesting when he talks about the structural permutations of the scheme. Maybe we could go into that more of what these dilemmas are, because one of them is this notion of what antiquarianism, right, Conor? I know talks about that in Political Unconscious as well, which to my mind is, correct me if I'm wrong, it's returning to specific novels in a certain specific epoch and thinking that they can inform us about our present, right? Or there's something about the way we interpret that text has some truth that we could resuscitate to now, right?
Yeah. Making the past alive, right? As something we can experience. Getting ahead of ourselves, we're going to talk about historical existentialism shortly. But right, what is the dilemma? The dilemma is this crisis of identity and non-identity, or difference and radical difference with our relationship to history. And as we earlier saw, neither of these options allow us to actually experience history. I also just want to point out that this is not only true of our relationship to history, but is also true in our experience of the present. This is what the very ending of the first section is about. So this is the dilemma. How is it that we can experience history? Is that possible? And people have something to say, right? People have theories to, sort of square this circle. And one of them is antiquarianism, which sort of sidesteps the problem, saying that it's not a problem. And for me, crucial is the very last part of section 2. If this is so, however, then empirical historiography or antiquarianism, by this I just am understanding antiquarianism as history is this sort of sheer accumulation of facts about great people and what have you, right? is never a first-degree position in its own right, but rather presupposes for its own vitality, as a stance, the existence of those other visions of history which its mission lies in subverting. So what is it that antiquarianism wants to do? Like, it aims to kneecap any project that could or is even interested in exploring some authentic relationship to history. And who's making those pronouncements and to what ends, right? Like, this is obviously a latent or maybe not so latent affirmation of the present as legitimate, even if it says that it's not interested in the present. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not familiar with a lot of like the literature stuff per se, and I know Jameson talks a lot about lit, but one of the things that I've noticed, and it really caught my mind with, I forget the name of the author, but Daniel interviewed this Marxist on this text that came out called Japanese Ideology. And I really see this sort of phenomenon of antiquarianism come about with the way in which there is this sort of longing for like the old feudalism of Japan in sort of literature of like and you see this in anime as well, like this sort of appreciation of Shintoism, that there's this more authentic way of living with nature, or like how that mode of life, like the Bushido culture of samurai, is like a value worth like resuscitating to sort of validate ways in the present which consumer and modern lives sort of decay, right? I feel like that's in a sense like something similar that you see on the side of Japanese culture in the return to a form of writing a Japanese novel that like goes back to the past and is obsessed with feudal life, right? Or the more simple rural life that comes in with Shintoism, Bushido, and the samurai way, right?
I've got like I think a somewhat related example. I showed you, Andrew, that YouTuber Bald and Bankrupt. I don't know if you guys have seen any of his videos, but he's this British YouTuber, a travel blogger who's always going to Russia, Belarus, former Soviet countries, and he's just the guy. He's not a historian, he's not a philosopher, he's not a political thinker per se, but he's obsessed with Soviet architecture, Soviet murals, any kind of artifact that has to do with the USSR. And I've watched plenty of his videos. I don't think I've ever once heard him make even like a mild comment on what Lenin said or believed, but it's like it's so interesting to me because it's like a period of time half a century or more where it's so ideologically fraught. We're talking about the Cold War, we're talking about all of the debates that are going on in this very text. And I think it's so fascinating that you could just completely breeze over that and it can just be reduced to like a pure aesthetic. And a very interesting one at that, because it's not a world that most of us, based on the propaganda that we've imbibed in the West, would prefer to live in, but somehow has become sentimentalized in a way. I'm kind of going off on a tangent there, but that's like what I get from antiquarianism and how strong antiquarianism can be, and sort of like detaching us from any of these actual questions.
Yeah, just to sort of put a bow on this, it's worth pointing out again that the sort of philosophical antecedents, let's say, of antiquarianism is empiricism, right? And for me, being an Adorno head, getting a little extracurricular, I understand this to be downstream from positivism, which is itself downstream from commodity fetishism. So antiquarianism then should be understood as a symptom of commodity fetishism, which tells us that what is important is the commodity that is in front of us, and any questions as to where its value emerges or derives from are taboo. And what is this in service of doing? Again, it's in service of occluding any analysis of history and the production of our own present. And so we rather than should see positivism, or rather antiquarianism not only as a symptom of commodity fetishism, but as a class strategy, right? To sort of like mobilize against any of these political attempts to understand history and the production of our own present or in understanding the past, right?
No, that's a really good point. And again, like to use like one more example, like the way in which like some people that think that they're like sort of like savvy when it comes to analyzing the themes of shows, like Game of Thrones fans were like, Game of Thrones is like a sort of fantasy, but it's also embodying a sort of feudalism. But rather than people trying to analyze it and put it into perspective of like what feudal life was like, it's like, no, like this looks like what's happening with modern government,
Exactly.
So using these sorts of fetishized feudalistic forms on the fantasy life to explain modern life, right?
I would go even further than that. Like, I think what the antiquarian is doing is taking, cultural objects from the past as a
Right.
legitimation of our own present, which is to say
Right.
they, there's like one direct line between, you earlier mentioned like an earlier feudal like Japan. The antiquarian would say that that is still our own moment. Something like this, right?
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, no, that's very clarifying. I can read the next one. We're on section 3, right? And also I know you have to go soon, Connor, so just feel free to put it in the chat when you have to bounce.
Gotcha.
The first theoretical stance toward the past that has genuine content will therefore be what we here call existential historicism, which, right, you just mentioned that earlier, Connor. A term which now designating an ideological position in its own right and a whole theoretical program rather than a conceptual dilemma demands owing to the well-nigh universal stigmatization of these words some preliminary content or preliminary comment. The post-contemporary reader can still sense something of the irony of this reversal by juxtaposing Auerbach's celebration of German historicism with Althusser's canonical onslaught on what he understands this term to imply. I think that's the type of that you're mentioning, right, Nick? It should be historicism, not historism. It will then be It will then be seen that something quite different is meant by these two authors, but that the term has, for better or for worse, become an ideological and polemic battleground whose framework must, at least for the moment, be respected. The post-structuralist attack on historicism, which emerges from a no less problematic affirmation of the priority of synchronic thought, can best be resumed, in my opinion, as a repudiation of two related and essentially narrative forms of analysis, which can be termed the generic, the genetic and the teleological, respectively.
Mm-hmm.
This second term may be resumed most rapidly, for it amounts to a little more than the reappearance within a Marxism, and also today a post-Marxist framework of that critique and repudiation of the idea of progress, which, for rather different reasons, characterizes bourgeois thought as well, from Henry Adams and H.G. Wells down to an anti-utopian end of ideology thinkers of our Cold World era or Cold World period. Teleology here designates the belief in any positive future or end of history, in whose name you might be expected to be willing to sacrifice your own present. Salvational humanists or Stalinistic, such spurious images of the future are denounced as symptoms of an essentially theological and totalitarian mode of thought. Desirable as it may be to rid Marxism of any vestiges of a properly bourgeois notion of progress, it would seem a good deal less desirable nervously to abandon any Marxian vision of the future altogether, an operation in which Marxism itself is generally abandoned in the process. Meanwhile, if this is what teleology means, it will be possible to show that what we here call existential historicism does not presuppose it in the least. And I'll just read this one more and stop. As for genetic historicism, while it may be ideologically linked to teleological thought, which can be seen as the former's projection and its metaphysic, in a strict sense, form this kind of analysis, which we will examine as a specific trope of a certain 19th century thought, is not necessarily wedded to the idea of the future and of progress either, although there are narratives similar between the two forms. Yeah, I'm sure he's probably going to go on more about genetic thought, but I think it's interesting to think about how, it seems that for teleology, it is aligned with commonly with historicism, and historicism gets a bad rap by these two thinkers he mentioned. And for Althusser, he wants to get rid of the teleological framework as well as historicism because of the polemics against Stalinism and even humanism, right? And I think in our reading of, was it For Marx, we talk about more about teleology than really historicism. I can't remember, but like for him, this notion of progress, or that there is an aim, or that there is an end for the human, is in a sense wedded in this ideological framework that for him is like twofold, because for him in the Marx essay or the Marx text, ideology isn't like the ISA, RSA, Althusser. It's more of like things that distort our ability to create a science, right? And for him, historicism, like humanism, are philosophically ideological because they remain caught in their own sort of circle, right? There's no break, because the scientific standpoint is one of a break, that Bachelardian term. But what that entails is that we get something along the lines of, well, at least this is where it gets complicated, because for Althusser, it's not just Marx that is structural, but then also on the level of the conjuncture, where he's able to create a theory of history, of not historicism, based upon contradiction and overdetermination, right? Which becomes crucial for that Althusser. And I think, even though he mentions reading Capital, I think this idea of bashing historicism is something that Althusser talks about in the For Marx, which aligns with not only the teleology, but that we just have to look at this sort of thread of progress, right? And rooting everything, because historicism, if I understand correctly, is problematic because it doesn't have this sort of structural invariance or structural elements that bring about something scientific. It has to be in this thread of history. It's like almost relative.
Yeah. I sort of understand like this, let's say the orthodox line against historicism is that historicism understands whatever cultural object from the past that we're looking at as merely a reflection of its historical moment, which obscures class struggle, right? And, this is a classic thing then that, so much of the political unconscious is about. These are not just cultural productions that emerged, as a virtue of history and the social situation and historical situation they're a part of, but rather cultural productions are themselves political interventions, right? And that needs to be affirmed. And historicism doesn't really have language to account for that. But talking a little bit more about like teleology, historicism is not going to make any guarantees of a definite sort of like political strategy or project, right? And I just love this moment as an aside. As desirable as it may be to rid Marxism of any vestiges of a properly bourgeois notion of progress, it would seem a good deal less desirable nervously to abandon any Marxian vision of the future altogether. And indeed, you cannot say you are a Marxist or do Marxism and make a claim seriously unless you have a vision of the future, unless you're committed to utopia.
Yeah.
Like those, like Jameson does this once in a while. He sometimes seems slippery, but once in a while he just puts his foot down. He's like,
yeah, no, and it's interesting thinking about like this notion of teleology as like a guaranteed of an end. Well, it originally comes from Aristotle, and of course Hegel will talk about teleology, and then we have the way that Marxism talks about teleology. I think it's Marcuse in his Hegel book, teleology, not only for Marxism as a revision, but also in the way that Hegel thought of it, is in line with the Aristotelian notion that it's not just like a final cause as an end, but that it's also just the embedded potentiality of the power of cause, right? Potentia, yeah.
Yeah,
And so
I
I
think
think maybe, sorry, say that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say quickly, I think that's related to the genetic then in a very nice way, because why is it then that the genetic does not have this relationship to teleology? When Jameson says, in talking about the genetic, which we will examine as a specific trope of certain 19th century thought, although he doesn't name check Darwin, I'm thinking of Darwin. I think that's who he's talking about. And the genetic then has to do with evolution. You know, how is it that life changes? And my understanding of Darwin, you know, my armchair understanding of it, evolution is about adaptation. It's about responding to your respective historical moment or present in order to what? To survive, right? But it has no ultimate end goal other than that, which is to say that it's like always sort of like immediately oriented. So it has no vision of the future then, the genetic.
Right. And so in this sense, it's like it's not like the proletariat is destined, you know, for socialism and communism. But the fact is, like, let's go back to Lukashen's standpoint that insofar it's embedded in this sort of situation, the potentiality as teleological is still there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, because reification is an adaptation of consciousness to alienated labor. And, you know, for Lukács, then the potentiality of any transformative Marxist project is going to be class consciousness, right? So we see how like Lukács very nicely is able to like thread this needle of the genetic and the teleological, right? But okay, guys, I really hate to duck out. This has been awesome, but carry onwards. I don't have to tell you guys.
Yeah, you'll be just a vanishing mediator.
Here you go.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Take it easy.
Peace out. All right. So where did I leave off? I think I left off as it was as for genetic, right? Yeah, I'll just read from there. As for genetic historicism, while it may well be ideologically linked to teleological thought, which can then be seen as a former's projection and its metaphysic, in its strict form, this kind of analysis, which we will examine as a specific trope of a certain 19th century thought, is not necessarily wedded to the idea of the future and of the progress either, although there are narrative similarities between the two forms. What teleological thought reads as a narrative progression from a fallen present to a fully constituted future, genetic thought now displaces onto the past, constructing an imaginary past term as the evolutionary precursor of a fuller term that has historical existence. Because the example of 19th century historical linguistics, and so sort of revolutionary synchronic reaction against it is well known, I will give the rather different illustration of Bachofen's reconstruction of some original matriarchy, which precedes the patriarchal classical culture evident to us in this classical text and artifacts, and which is, in Bachofen's hypothesis, affirmed as a genuine historical event or stage. In all the myths relating to our object of study, we find inscribed the memory of real events which happened to the human race. These are not fictions, but historical destinies which people really experience. Bachofen's theoretical defense of this hypothesis is the exemplary expression of the genetic or evolutionary method. A genuinely scientific epistemology consists not merely in answering the question about the nature of the object. It finds its contemplation in discovering the source of the object's emergence and connecting the latter to its subsequent development. Knowledge is only then transformed into understanding what it has been able to encompass: origin, development, and ultimate fate. The genetic trope should, however, not be consigned to the ash can of history without a few preliminary qualifications. For one thing, in spite of the unself-conscious use of the term origin, this trope is quite distinct from the characteristically 18th century fascination with absolute origins, as in the debate about the contractual origins of society, the origins of language, the creation of the universe, or pre-Darwinian evolution. Yeah, so it's almost like a sort of Rousseauian type thing. Or the what was the last word down there? Sorry, it cut off. Or a kind of speculation, to which Kant may be said to have put on the end once and for all. 19th century historicism and the genetic kind is, in this sense of Edward Said's convenient distinction, less concerned with absolute origins than with beginnings, and its historical narrative, whatever their ideological inspiration, organize a world of facts from which the problem of origins has been excluded from the outset, and in which we must deal instead with more properly Althusserian toujours déjà dans, which I don't know what that means.
I looked that up. It actually means always already.
Although the always already, that
the French for the always already. I mean, like, what I got from this is that, well, first, the genetic is not necessarily the teleological. Like, the teleological proper would just be, well, in the Aristotelian sense, the final cause of, he wouldn't call it history, but I guess the political, in the sense of the polis, reality of a given community is what I get from that. Then you have the grafted Thomistic version of that Aristotelianism on,
which on that, and even Augustine, it's
religious, like, or Augustus, by Augustus you get Augustus, or Augustine, you get the city of God as opposed to the temporal political reality of the realm beneath the moon, so to speak, the sublunary world.
Well, just because, like, because for Aristotle, like, telos is just, the final cause out of, like, the four causes, right, in his metaphysics and all his other works. But then, like, when you add it to that, it's like, oh yeah, it's the realization of the political via the polis. But the inscription of eschatology via, as you just point out, the religion, becomes sort of synonymous with teleology. And it seems like for problems of Marxism and the criticism of Marxism is that teleology, right, is sort of eschatological or messianic.
Right. I think even just aside from the Marxist criticisms of teleology, the concept of telos, is the arch enemy of many different forms of historicism, anti-historicism, just modern explanations for the origins and outgrowths of the world that we live in right now. But I think that the point that's being made here is that, well, with the genetic explanation of origins, we're dealing with beginnings, and what that means is that this genetic approach, as it's condensed in this one statement by this Bachofen, whoever he is being distinguished from this idea of origins in terms of a social contract, origins in the pre-Darwinian sense of the creation of the universe, which, of course, we could see, depending on what you believe or not, as mythological, right? So we can't really conflate the genetic with the myth of origins in the theological sense, or just in terms of just cosmologies and that kind of thing. This is a little bit different, and he's also saying that the genetic is distinct from the teleological in the sense that where the teleological starts off with a fallen present, which will be in some sense remedied or rectified in a future splendor. The genetic is outsourcing or exporting into the past some sort of modern object, which I think like kind of contains in embryo like what is right now.
Yeah, I mean, like look at like in terms of genetic, like the displacing onto the past, right? You know, origins of species, like the way in which Darwin's looking for the origin of man by looking at the way that, you know, the certain species of the Galapagos Islands have these certain traits and permutations, and he tries to find a sort of single point, which would be the past origin. Um, you know, and I mean, I'm not saying that he's this Basho fan dude is linking genetic as origin in the way that Darwin would link as origin, but the term origin, you know, is quite interesting in the way that we try to trace, because like look at Frederick Engels's work on the origins of the family, right? He's looking at a present day struggle regarding not only class but of the sexual opposition, right, via the family. And it is a myth, but the myth of origin uses this sort of trope of labor and property, which we see today, but sort of the way it manifests in that sort of genetic moment of the fact that, well, there really isn't a biological or you know, social, you know, distinction between man and woman, but it was only because of the way labor arose between the two sexes, um you know, and the family, that constituted that mere difference, right? um I don't know if that's making any sense, but what I'm trying to kind of, I guess, flesh out is the fact that genetic and origin seem to play in that. But in that sense, this, I don't think the work from Engels really has a teleological point unless you just inscribe the teleology of Marxism as the proletariat through class struggle is bound to lead to social.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, like he's gonna get to that
Mhm.
at the end for sure of like the difference between Telos and Utopia, for example. He
Yeah,
doesn't
I
exactly that way, but they're commonly thought of as sort of
separate.
synonymous, which but I think that like critics of Marx would say that well it's like if he has a utopian vision, it's because there's a telos that is being borne out through history, and that's not the case.
Right. And it
There is
would
the utopianism here that we should embrace, is what Jameson is advocating for, but he's not saying that therefore there is a telos to history,
mhm,
at least not in the in the eschatology.
eschatological. And it would be naive to even say that, like, insofar as like there was a point of teleology in Marxism, is to also say that, oh, it's because there's a fallen present, because that would in a sense be sort of non historical and materialist of Marxism to apply to that, because like obviously presently our conditions are contradictory and antagonistic, but it's like, you know, the past wasn't once, you know, whole and solidified and harmonious, you know, compared to now. That would be the more reactionary, right? And it would also be reactionary to fall into this sort of myth of origins genetically, where like things were in a sense sort of perfect, or this was the reason why we were in this conditions now, sort of thing. um I don't,
Right.
those are just like my speculations on the play between genetic and teleology.
Yeah, I guess like one is kind of the inverse of the other, but what he's saying is that we shouldn't really conflate, yeah, teleology and the genetic approach necessarily. But there's something to be said about geneticism, but it's it's it is a explanatory sort of hermeneutic, which what Jameson's doing, he's going to even recuperate aspects of that. What I like about this sort of rapprochement that he is able to affect between all these different thinkers and the kind of like eclecticism of his thought is that he doesn't just do random homologies and analogies. He's very precise, but at the same time, he's synthesizing many thinkers to show how they belong to a kind of totality. That's the wider view. But I think, like he's saying, even geneticism isn't to be discarded entirely, and he's going to explain why. And I can continue reading if you want to.
I guess maybe that like boils down to this like point that he makes at the end of that paragraph of the Althusser, you're always already, right?
Yeah, because it's, as usual, he's going to bring in Althusser to perform the same kind of move that other French thinkers are attempting, but I think aren't quite hitting the mark, which is the way that we should be combining the synchronic and the diachronic to carve out this space of an absent cause without repudiating totality entirely. Like we need to be able to conceive of something like a totality of social relations in the Lukácsian sense, whether or not class consciousness really is this ontological moment of subject and object meeting in the form of the proletariat is up for the debate, but whether or not that fact, as well, Lukács saw it as a fact, is true, or whether it's a thoroughgoing Hegelianism, whether it's been contradicted by the events of history. The important thing is we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater by getting rid of totality. And I think that's what Jameson's trying to say here, because I think Lukács had fallen on hard times at this point in terms of his reception, if I'm not mistaken. Because all of these, Jameson's also a literary critic, so he's looking for a key to interpreting the signified of a text in a way that does justice to the text in terms of history, because new criticism is, I think, influenced, if I'm not mistaken, by Derrida and all of these thinkers who want absolute closure of the text. He's saying, yes, history is not a text. It must be accessed as a text, but that doesn't mean that we're trying to render history a text and therefore reduce it to some kind of teleological master narrative.
Yeah, and I just want to make this analogy, if not homology. History is not a text, but we have to access it like if it were a text in the same way, because remember he says that history and the narrativization of a symbolic act as historical is not on the level of Vorstellung. It's not representation, but rather it is something that is like unconscious, and the unconscious is structured like a language, but it's not language itself, but we can only access the unconscious through language, right?
Right. Exactly. We've talked about this before in analysis in the session, but Jameson's going to bring in psychoanalysis a little bit later. I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but this is a great conversation. I don't know if you want to continue reading, Chris, or I could, however you want to do it.
I'll take over for a little bit. On the other hand, it must also be observed that the genetic approach is quite different from the seemingly analogous dilemmas, if I learn how to read, of a more properly structural historiography. The former works with a single term in order artificially to construct a merely hypothetical preliminary opposite term, as in Bachhofen's notion of matriarchy, Morgan's notion of savagery, and promiscuous group marriage, and the linguistic hypothesis of the Proto-Indo-European Structural historiography, on the other hand, works with two already fully constituted terms, such as feudalism and capitalism. It does not seek to reconstruct the former as an stage of the latter, but rather to build a model on the transition from one form to the other. And this is no longer then a genetic hypothesis, but rather an investigation of structural transformations. Finally, in order to forestall still further confusions, it seems important to affirm with Althusser that Marxist capital is not a genetic construction of this kind, but rather a syncretic model. Indeed, even though the reproach of evolutionaryism generally accompanies that of geneticism, it seems appropriate to observe that Darwin is also, in contrast to earlier evolutionisms or later Darwinianisms, synchronic in this sense, and that the whole scandalous force of the synchronic mechanism of natural selection as a rigorously meaningless and non-teleological process is lost when it is appropriated for the cornerstone of some vast divine master plan. What must be added to both these affirmations is that such synchronic models do not discredit history in any absolute sense as an object of study and representation, but rather determine a new and original form of historiography, a structural permutation in the latter's narrative form or trope. In this new anti-genetic form, which Nietzsche will then theorize as the genealogy and Foucault as the archaeology, namely the narrative reconstruction of the conditions of possibility of any full synchronic form. Thus, to return to capital, Marx's discussions of commerce and merchant capital and his analysis of the stage of primitive accumulation are reconstructions of what, once capital is fully emergent as such, can now be rewritten as the latter's preparatory requirements. It being understood that within feudalism, these phenomena were not anticipatory of anything, since in that synchronic system, capital as such did not yet exist. With these qualifications, we are now perhaps in a better position to raise the more interesting problems posed by the genetic trope, which do not involve its truth or falsity, but rather arise only after we have decided that this form of thinking is ideological or inadequate. Saussure's own expression or impatience, much against my own inclination, all this will end up with a book in which I will explain, without any passion or enthusiasm, how there is not a single term used in linguistics today which has any meaning for me whatsoever. Suggests a more satisfactory way of historicizing the genetic trope, namely to ask ourselves what this particular meaning effect or understanding effect must have been in the first place, and how it was that intelligent people felt satisfied with the kind of historical narrative it provided them. At this point, it might as well prove possible to grasp the genetic trope as the conceptual hypostasis and phenomenological projection of a life experience unique to the industrializing nations of the 19th century. Capitalism of the gradual dissolution of the older pre-capitalist Gemeinschaften of traditional village life and their replacement, within the unity of a single lifetime and a single biographical experience, by the nascent industrial city for subjects whose life experience thus includes both the terms and spans two distinct social formations, unlike the inhabitants of relatively static pre-capitalistic societies, and unlike those of the post-natural society deconsumption of the present day. It would not seem far-fetched to suppose that the empty form of the genetic trope might have provided a satisfying way of thinking the two terms together and thereby have resolved it, by way of something like a conceptual narrative mechanism, the lived contradiction of modernization itself, as the bourgeois cultural revolution is often euphemistically termed today. However, this may be such regrounding of the false consciousness of the genetic trope in a concrete historical situation has additional merit for us in the present context of suggesting a historicizing operation and a model of a different possible historicism, which has nothing in common with the genetic approach. So I just want to say one thing about the previous conversation. As I was thinking of ontotheology when I was talking about teleology, and I think that's a big problem of like Hegel and a lot of other philosophers that have this idea that you have like an uncaused cause, whether like Kant switches it with like rationality itself, and they just find new ways to reinvent God in a sense. And I think Jameson too is trying to not get swept up in that like Nietzschean will to power of just culminating in that telos, where it becomes sort of you're looking for like a messiah to like come and just solve everything that's going to culminate in the grand finale. And I think Jameson, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, that's interesting take. I mean, I didn't think of it onto theology, but like, I think that yeah, I mean, that I think that like suffices, because like with Nietzsche, right, there is this sort of way in which he fetishizes, well, not in a way, he does fetishize the Greek life, like the Homeric Greece and not Hellenic Greece, because for him, the Hellenic Greece is where we get this sort of um decadence of higher culture, because of the privilege of what he would call slave morality, and that the slave morality is constituted by the know thyself, by the Platonic ascetic ideal, and that for him, Platonism paves the way for Christianity, which for theology and most Christians, like hardcore Christians, like Catholics and the Orthodox, would say, yeah, like, you know, Platonism paved the way for Christianity as far as philosophical and theological wise, and in this sense, for him, he wants to overcome the logical conclusion of the Christian slave morality and those values that lead to nihilism. And it's not to find meaning, but rather a sort of, and this is more Badiou than it is Jameson, but I still think that's kind of similar. It's not to even go to an ontotheology, because that would still be an ascetic ideal. It's rather to affirm an aesthetic ideal of the Dionysian affirmation, this sort of will to power that's like all about force and conquering. But I think in this sense, you know, what I kind of see is what Jameson's doing with history is to use this concept that Nick has been saying over again about totality, and seeing it in a frame with history not as a text, but reading history like a text. Certain moments, call it rupture, or certain periodizations in which we could see the emergence of totality, which would evoke a narrative, evoke a symbolic act. Because I think, thinking about what you said, Nick, about the criticisms of the Derridians and New Criticism, is they want to deprivilege the Caesarean sign as signified, right? That there's a signified of the text or something transcendental, that we could get the meaning, the sort of urbilds, or the sort of hypokimenon of the text. We're deprivileging that because all texts are just supplements upon supplements, suturing over that in the Derridian sense. And so interpretation just varies. Because, you know, unlike Lacan, he doesn't privilege the signifier. Derrida just thinks that there is a difference that operates in the sign. So we can never privilege a singular signified, right? But he doesn't privilege the signifier. And I think that the signifier, in a sense, because I know Jameson brings in psychoanalysis, I just don't know to what extent his psychoanalysis varies. But I think, like, thinking of this moment of like reading history like a text and unconscious like a language, is that the signifier as enunciation is a sort of temporal moment and brings about the progression of time, diachrony. And I think in this sense, like we get in Jameson, to historicize is to also bring up moments of totality. If we read a history like a text, moments of totality that arise in which we unveil contradiction. Right.
Well, and I mean, he's going to elaborate on that with his semiotic square. It's not his
yeah, that's right.
Square. Of course, it's Gramos' semiotic square, but what he does with the semiotic square, how he puts it to use, is quite complicated. And I think we should wait till we get to that point in the essay where he mentions it. He doesn't actually deploy it, but he mentions the semiotic square. But in anticipation of that, what I'll say is that he is spinning many plates simultaneously, and with virtuosity here, because on the one hand, he wants to situate the text, whether it's an individual text, a literary text, a work of literature, a philosophical text, whether it's Capital itself. He wants to situate that within a certain tradition. He wants to understand what the key to interpreting the meaning of the text would be in light of all of these debates that are going on about history as a discourse. And he seems to think that if he's able to answer that question as to how we interpret the text, then we'd be given a kind of window of opportunity into understanding what Marxism is in then present times in a society of consumption, as he's putting it. So it's like, on the one hand, trying to settle these academic debates, which don't necessarily concern your average person on the street, your average worker, someone who's not necessarily involved in what might seem to them to be just hot air, essentially hot air type controversies and debates back and forth between different schools of thought that don't concern them, but also try to conceptualize a revolutionary utopian thought that would in some way speak to a proletarian, whatever that means in his time, whatever it means in our time, and that these two debates are not distinct. And that's, I think, also why he does make these punctual statements where he does put his foot down as a way of quilting these very long and elusive and highly dense and philosophical chains of thought and argument.
No, that's so great. And Connor's not here. His presence is not here, but he still remains there in the signifier. But I think it makes me think about, again, when I was talking with him earlier about anarchism, or not, no, what is it? Antiquarianism. But isn't it such a disavow that the post-structuralist effect is to deconstruct any given signified, or to say that there is a privileged signified or meaning to the text, right? The sort of master narrative or master code, we are deprivileging that as just sort of the product of sociolinguistic, historical presence, etc. And so the future is canceled, but we could talk so much about the past, right? And I think that makes sense to which why Jameson cares so much about utopia, right? Because the historical aspect matters not just about looking into the past or trying to create a narrative about the past as history, but no, like what history will tell us teleologically. Like utopia is, like, in a sense, of course, a daydream for Ernest Blanc, which I know he's very influenced by Ernest Blanc. That's the other sort of half of Lukács, in a sense. They're sort of friends and also disagree on some points, but you can't think of Lukács or Jameson with Lukács and not also think about Jameson with the spirit of utopia and hope in Ernest Blanc. And that the sort of hope is a sort of utopian vision that comes about as a sort of spirit, or like this Hegelian Geist. And that seems to be dislodged or dislocated from literary criticism or new criticism, or in just the reified consciousness in general. I don't want to go far as to privilege this sort of like, I don't know, people like him. I don't see any efficacy in him, but the Mark Fisher capitalist realism, where we can't think about the future, well, in a sense, yeah, maybe there is some merit to that, but I think for Jameson, it's like, no, we can think about it. That is why we have to historicize. I think Mark Fisher doesn't historicize. He's just caught in the symptom of capitalism, and that the ideological formation of the postmodern effect is that you end up in a saturation of the imaginary. And so you could only see history as mirrors or reflections of the present. But for Jameson, if you historicize by treating history like a text, like trying to create points and narratives and periodizations and totalities, we can think about what utopian would be like, right? It's
Right.
like transcendental aesthetic, or the sort of Kantian noumena, but not as like, oh, we can never access it in a neo-Kantian sense. It's like, no, it's like something that's also dialectical as well. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I think what you're talking about definitely speaks to the section that we read near the end of 4, and I'd like to just return to it before we continue on, because I think he makes some really interesting subtle points, and I think that he gives everybody he cites their due. He doesn't just flat out reject any of these thinkers. He doesn't flat out reject Nietzsche's genealogy, which I want to talk about, Foucault's archaeology. I know you're reading Foucault, so I'm sure, Andrew, and Christopher, I know you picked up a copy of those lectures, so maybe you have more insight into this than I do right now. But the point I want to make is that I think what he's getting at here at the end of this section is that, just like he did when he's talking about no, not antiquarianism, just like he did earlier when he was talking about the different forms of geneticism that lead to either a affirmation that there is a continuity with the world of antiquity in the form of a kind of Apollonian splendor and wholeness, and that what we witness in certain classical styles, or like revivals of those styles, is either an affirmation of that continuity, of saying that these things are embodied as familiar to us, familiar in the sense that there's a generational continuity. This is our inheritance, and this is what the West is all about, the Western tradition. Or if it's a sense of rejecting, or not rejecting, but like seeing our antiquity as like opaque and wild and inaccessible and exotic in the Dionysian sense, and this is the archaic Greece of Nietzsche in the birth of tragedy that he's privileging. But what Jameson is doing there is like seeing how these are all inverted mirror images of the same tropes, the same motifs, and that these are not solutions to the problem of historicism that he's presenting, but rather they are, as he puts it, refusals to deal with the problem. The same is kind of true here of what he says about, well, okay, we've got Nietzsche, we've got Darwin, we've got Marx, and we've got Foucault. There's a lot going on there, but we have like Nietzsche's genealogy, Foucault's archaeology. We have Marx talking about different stages of history that he's going to arrange in a way that we can reconstruct the conditions of possibility for something like our modern moment. I think what he's saying is Nietzsche's trying something similar with his genealogy. Foucault is trying something similar with his archaeology, with his breaks, with his resistance to acknowledge these different discourses as having any kind of substance, but only acknowledging the tensions that lead to moments of breaking where not history is affirmed, but I guess a transformation.
Regimes, as you will say, because like for Foucault, you could say that the genealogy and the archaeology are somewhat similar, and especially because his archaeology is inspired by Nietzsche's genealogy. But Foucault's breaks are heterogeneous, and Milner is really good about this.
Right.
Where like the break from Greek antiquity of the use of pleasure and sexuality happens because of the regime of Christianity and the repressive society. And then for him, also the regime of the clinic and the prison are somewhat synonymous and bring about terms in their language like madness and certain discourses like that. But you could see how for Foucault, there is no historical aspect in the sense that, yes, there are heterogeneous breaks, but there are no like periodizations where they would affirm history like revolutions, right? So it's like he could give you all these like heterogeneous discursive breaks that bring about the Bastille, but he couldn't tell you about the French Revolution because that's not accounted for.
Right.
So I'm gonna turn off my mic and camera. We got to pick up a delivery, but
yeah.
continue.
But like that's all to say that this process of reconstructing the conditions of possibility, which in Marx's case lead to capital, I suppose for Foucault, it's power relations. I guess for someone like Nietzsche, it would be the will to power and the singular embodiment of that will to power. But all of these like figural representations of where this process leads don't necessarily get beyond the genetic. There's a kind of, again, there's like a kind of inversion, a reversal. There is a retroactive time here, but he's trying to point out, in my mind, how Nietzsche isn't going far enough. Marx, as read through Lukács, as read through the contestations of Althusser vis-a-vis Lukács, can open up a space for us as Marxists where we're no longer simply dealing with geneticism or anti-geneticism. We're dealing with a kind of synchronism which has a certain fidelity to cause, but doesn't, as you were saying, Chris, doesn't fall prey to the illusions or lures of a kind of like onto theology, which is, and I know there are Hegelians that would take issue with this, but like where Hegel seems to terminate in world spirit in many ways, which Jameson's going to say is misunderstood. But what I'm saying is like many of these arguments, right, they terminate in something messianic. And I think Jameson is at pains to show us how utopia does not necessarily entail like a messiah.
I guess I'm just excited to see that point because I don't know if you remember that clip I shared when I made the stupid reel / meme of Todd McGowan on Jameson. and he was
No, I
saying that
don't.
it was like the Michael Jordan. Like I personally took offense to that, and it was like Jameson says there's going to be a communist utopia, and then it was Todd's face over Michael Jackson, and I was like, I took offense to that because there's a little clip in an interview he did with Mikey and Nance where he was saying that his issue, and it wasn't a very fair like treatment of Jameson, but it was the more utopia. He was like, my death doesn't matter because there's going to be a future communist utopia, and like that was Todd's like little jab at him. So I'm kind of excited to see how Jameson works it out because I feel like I've only gotten caricatures of his utopia, if that makes sense. Because I'm not dismissing it as onto theology. I think, like you're saying, Jameson is doing the steps to be like, well, here's where it differs, and I'm going to show you how to sort of save it, almost in the sense that, like you were saying, Nietzsche was trying to do that, or it might have been Andrew who was talking about Nietzsche was like going to great lengths to prevent not necessarily like the meaning crisis, but just to sort of have that reevaluation of values, implement the willpower to like stimulate yourself and the movement and that return. So I think Jameson is just trying to be like, well, here's where they got it wrong, and here's how we could do it, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, totally. I think he's almost doing some like damage control in a very like, and he's a kind of like a peacemaker. I think that the issue is that his approaches, and I think it was someone in the political unconscious group called this like his I like this term like a ecumenicalism, I think, or ecumenicism, which is just like trying to bring together different strains of thought, different church traditions, so to speak, different ecclesiastical traditions in a sense, but in the theory sense together, is a bit ambitious, and some of it gets a little too recondite and like beyond the ken of anyone who's not read like the entire Western canon as he seems to have done, but that there is something here worth parsing through because it is a very unique vision and it helps us to situate these thinkers in a way that doesn't necessarily just fully amputate this tradition from that tradition, reject this, or just embrace this guy, reject this other one, and then just like go with our chosen fandoms, so to speak. Like doesn't we don't just like go with our fandoms because he seems to have been able to like, or he's trying to synthesize it all. But the last thing I wanted to say about this section here is that he pulls like a kind of Lukashian move when he talks about modernization, which he's saying is a euphemism for the bourgeois cultural revolution. And this is what Conor was talking about earlier, and this chimes with Lukács, where it's like the bourgeois cultural revolution can't even recognize itself as such without acknowledging itself as the, Atlas bearing the burden of the contradiction of capitalist society, the contradictory position that it represents, and then, the proletariat being the embodiment of this contradiction in a way that offers certain potentialities. But here, what he's saying is that the genetic explanation of the emergence of certain forms of modern society acts as a kind of, I don't know, like a painkiller for the the bourgeois who need there to be a cultural object, which is the precursor of modernity, but they also don't fully escape recognition of these contradictions because of all of the problems that arise with historicism that he's citing in this section, because it's like there's still an essential like ambivalence to the past, which cannot be resolved through the genetic interpretation, of course. And the anti-genetic interpretation also just doesn't go far enough because, right, like we were talking about Nietzsche, we're talking about the Dionysian, we're talking about the will to power. We're talking about this sort of orgiastic frenzy of, you know, something like natural within us that would, in some sense, like resolve the problems of kind of slave morality, I think, in a way that if we just let loose, then in like Nietzsche's conception of it, of course, is like it's like an orgy of violence is how the only way I can imagine it, but we would like somehow be able to break free from these hierarchies if it meant like our own self-annihilation.
Right. And I mean, and it all boils down to higher and lower culture, but this is where like the political intentions of Nietzsche comes out, where like he does have that higher order of rank and file, in which like there are some people that are it wouldn't be like, I don't know if it's like physiologically or whatever, but just like some people just need to be legit slaves, right? In order for the higher calling of those who are able to express the transvaluations of values, the will to power, to exist.
I should just add, sorry to interrupt, but like not a like he does believe in a kind of natural hierarchy. He's talking about breaking free from the perversion
Yeah,
of what he, I don't know if he would call it natural hierarchy, but sorry, go ahead.
but then like in a sense, Foucault too in his later years is trying to look at parrhesia, right, truth telling, confession, in Greek society, which there's an institution where you're able to sort of authenticate yourself in a truthfully manner. And he's looking at the Stoics and different institutions in Greece. But the point is that, you know, trying to think of sort of government of the self outside of all these sort of regimes of power knowledge. And it's a sort of cultural edifice, one aesthetic, aesthetic, an artistic one, and another one of trying to account and govern oneself from the existing regimes of power in which you're always resisting. Like there's always the need to resist for Foucault, which is quite interesting. The self that's not only a cultural edifice and a governmentality of pleasure and care, but also resisting the regime simultaneous in a simultaneous way, I guess. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's this emphasis on a sort of cultural artifice or a cultural way of inhabiting one's body, right? And I think for Jameson, his point is like, well, that's already symptomatic of bourgeois culture, of trying to find some sort of cultural object or a cultural artifact that would guarantee something that would act as like a remedy of modernity, post-modernity, or just the symptom of bourgeois society to begin with, right?
Well, yeah, and we've already anticipated what he's going to say here about existential historicism proper really is this libidinal rhapsody that will allow us some sort of glimpse of something essential. And anyway, I'll continue reading unless you guys had something else to add.
Now let's continue the text.
All right, cool. I don't know how much more time you guys got. I have more time. I can
Yeah, I have more time too.
I can hang out. I don't know if we'll finish it, but we'll see. Anyway, with such a model, we may now leave genetic or teleological historicism behind and examine that quite different theoretical stance, which is existential historicism proper. Its theoretical origins may no doubt be fixed in the work of Dilthey, and beyond it, perhaps in Ranke's great dictum that every age is immediate to God, or in other words, that every culture is immanently comprehensible in its own terms. The fundamental practitioners of existential historicism are then surely the cultural historians, linguists, and iconologists of the great and now virtually extinct tradition of German philology, of which Auerbach and Spitzer, and in the history of art, Panofsky and the work of the Warburg Institute remain the most vital presences in English language cultural study. But we must not forget to mention the original forms taken by this historicism in other national traditions, most notably the work of Croce, Collingwood, and the important Spanish variant expressed in that of Ortega and Americo Castro. Yet, from an institutional point of view, the most powerful and authoritative monument to existential historicism is not to be found in the official humanities, but rather in American anthropology in the school of Franz Boas, explicitly anti-genetic and anti-evolutionist, in which the range of historical experience open to existential historicism is broadened to include the whole range of primitive cultures as such. This is perhaps also the place to observe that, however teleological the form in which Hegel's histories proper are narrated as the realization in matter of world spirit, the much maligned concept of absolute spirit cannot accurately be assimilated to some final stage of history, rather is meant to describe the historian's mind as it contemplates the variety of human histories and cultural forms. Such names, in particular that of Boas, should warn us then that existential historicism does not involve the construction of this or that linear or evolutionary or genetic history, but rather designates something like a transhistorical event. The experience, rather, by which historicity as such is manifested, by means of the contact between the historian's mind in the present and a given synchronic cultural complex from the past. This is to say that the methodological spirit of existential historicism may be described as a historical and cultural aestheticism. On the one hand, as in classical German aesthetics itself, all praxis is in this experience suspended, whence the well-known Hegelian formulas of the Sunday of life and the dusk in which Minerva's owl takes flight. Meanwhile, the quality of rapt attention that existential historicism brings to the objects of its studies, text as expressions of moments of the historical past or of unique and distant cultures, is essentially that of aesthetic appreciation and recreation, and the diversity of cultures and historical moments becomes thereby for it a source of immense aesthetic excitement and gratification. These twin constitutive strengths of existential historicism are also, as we will see in a moment, the place of its theoretical and ideological flaws. Already in the face of the well-nigh infinite variety of cultures, it is clear that existential historicism requires some principle of unity in order to prevent its vision from collapsing into the sheer mechanical and meaningless succession of facts of empiricist historiography, where history, as one expert remarked, is just one damn thing after another. I'm pretty sure it was Henry Ford who said that. This principle of unity, or in other words, the ideological underpinning of existential historicism, is then derived from the German Lebensphilosophie, in which the infinite multiplicity of human symbolic acts is the expression of the infinite potentialities of a non-alienated human nature. The experience of historicity then restores something of this richness to a present in which few enough of those potentialities are practically available to any of us.
And Lieben philosophy that's a natural or philosophy of nature, right? That he's talking about in German. So like he's sort of
Life, nature.
life, yeah, life philosophy, so like vitalism and all that stuff.
Yes, and Lukács has an entire chapter on the philosophers of the Leibniz philosophy.
Which is like Edward von
Structural
Hartmann,
reason. Well, he considers Nietzsche as the
Nietzsche.
forerunner
Oh,
of
okay.
his philosophy, and then Dilthey, however you want to say it, is considered an exponent of Liebman's philosophy. It's vitalism. I think Lieben is life, right? I think it's like it is life force as it manifests in different historical moments. And this is interesting because in the section prior, he talks about Nietzsche being anti-genetic. He's going to talk about Nietzsche again as anti-historicist, but Lukács would classify Nietzsche as a forerunner of Liebman's philosophy, that there is some kind of life force, some kind of potentiality, which maybe only the Ubermensch can access. Or to use Lukács's term, which Daniel Tutt uses in How to Read Like a Parasite, aristocratic epistemology, which basically means that only a select few initiated in the so-called kind of mystery rites of philosophy who can access via intuition a certain kind of truth. And it doesn't have to be a phantasmagoric psychedelic experience of truth necessarily, but it almost kind of resembles like that.
Yeah, and it's like the higher man though, and for Nietzsche, it's like those few when he's always talking about the Ubermensch or his writings, it's like only those few readers really able to take on the task of the Ubermensch. Those are the ones that have the sort of aristocratic epistemological sight that no one else would have to be able to, let's say, like pierce the veil, right? Or to be able to see. But it's also interesting because like given Nietzsche's sort of Lieben philosophy, his life philosophy, of will to power, he could not do it. And this is why I like Lacerda, because you'll get and of course, Lukács, but you'll get like the sort of Walter Kaufman reading, which like one will say, well, like, no, he disavowed the birth of tragedy, and he changed the way he thought once he sort of disconnected from Wagner and read Schopenhauer, but then also his break from Schopenhauer's where we get like a Nietzsche on his own. While that may be true, I think ultimately there is a sort of continuity with Nietzsche's sort of life philosophy, which could not be without a semi-historicism or his genealogy, which it only stops and privileges Greek and Roman life, right? It doesn't go beyond a Homeric view. And this is where like someone like Lacerda would say, like, for Foucault as well as Nietzsche primarily, there is no significant, like there is no orientation of history at all. Rather, it's the use of historical epochs as icons, right? As sort of Catholic saints to which they worship. In a sense, going back to the metaphor that Conor used earlier about, history and the way that it's interpreted in the past by the Antiquarians and etc. as a mirror. It's exactly what Nietzsche is doing, right? With his will to power or like philosophy. But
It's
he
a
needs
mirror.
Greek aesthetics to be able to the Homeric type of the Dionysian, right? Of tragedy and overcoming. Like there it's not just you embrace tragedy, but there's a sort of vitalistic, ecstatic, high exaltation that you get from overcoming and living, right? That's the main point.
I mean, it's a mirror for the select few that are able to reach a pinnacle of intuitive apprehension of some kind of eternal truth which has been perverted by this inversion of a natural hierarchy, is how I understand it. And to me, what's interesting about this sort of aristocratic epistemology is that whether or not Nietzsche engaged directly with socialism in his work, I don't think he calls it by name, but whether or not he did, Lukács is gonna contend that his
Oh, he's explicit. Nietzsche is explicit about socialism and all that. But is it Marxism? I don't think he's explicit, but all forms of socialism he has been. Like,
okay, yeah, I'm wrong. I'm wrong about that then. But I know that, like, it's like he is in dialogue, whether he admits it or not, with certain, like, maybe socialism as a phenomenon as he conceives it, in the same way that, like Heidegger is in dialogue with Lukács, whether he admits it or not. I know,
and forms of humanism as he would conceive it, right?
but it's like we have this subject-object relation, which Heidegger is not going to be a big fan of, and that's not what Nietzsche is necessarily like railing against. But I mean, obviously, it's like History and Class Consciousness from 1922. When did Nietzsche die? He died at like
It was like late 1880s, 1890s.
Yeah,
I don't
so
know when he officially died, but at least like 1880 something,
1900.
like 1890s. Like
Yeah.
he was a vegetable for the longest, right? So
right. But like obviously, like I don't think he's necessarily like Nietzsche's like explicitly going after Hegel, like Schopenhauer kind of.
Oh no, he does. He does go like a ham on Hegel a handful, but like he's more
Or
Kant.
like a Hegelianized sort of like socialism isn't something that was on the menu. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
As for what I recall from reading Nietzsche's like Beyond Good and Evil, and all the other ones, like Gay Science, I know the socialism that he's really kind of talking about are like the sort of ones that even Marx would critique, like the true socialists, in the German ideology. And he'll also liken them to Christians as well because of the Christian socialist movements, like the abolitionists, and then Proudhon, and the sort of French libertarian or anarchists type socialists of that time, he would also be critiquing. But it's never really explicit if he knew about Marx, at least from what I understand. But the same sort of socialist, you would just see it as an overall phenomenon, right? As like the socialist phenomenon, regardless of the sex, the distinctions, it's all socialism to him,
I guess like my simple point is that like he wouldn't want to acknowledge or throw his support behind class as a concept.
Not at least not not in
the exact opposite.
Yeah.
He wants a certain aristocracy to be cultivated from a tradition which is anti-genetic, but one that turns like what I guess what he sees as like a Christianized concept of and antiquity, which anyway, I'm kind of getting off.
Like not to like drag this on, but I think you're bringing up a good point, because while he wouldn't have a politics of sort of class, I forget how Daniel would say, but class in the sense that Marx would, he would recognize something like class or even caste or some sort of hierarchy, which he would affirm rather than want to negate or sublate. And I think this goes back to something that is synonymous with Alexis de Tocqueville of the herd mentality or the herd instinct, that you see kind of arise with, group forms of psychology, but the way in which like democracy and a sort of mass politics is sort of delusional or an illness or a plague that needs to get rid of, which I think, Lacerda is really good at pointing out, not only in de Tocqueville and Le Bon, but also in Nietzsche, as well as like standing firm like against mass politics, against group politics or group democracy.
Yeah, because for someone like Nietzsche, class consciousness would only strike him as the most threatening and obscene glorification of kind of herd mentality, I would think. So it's
absolutely
that is what's for Lukács, that's what's underlying his entire oeuvre is a certain fear of that threat. And I guess we could see like existential historicism, to bring it back, as a form of this kind of aristocratic epistemology, which unbeknown to it is in dialogue with certain socialist schools of thought. I can continue reading unless somebody else would like to.
I'll read since I just came back. Where do we stop at?
We stopped at for existential historicism.
For existential historicism, then the past has vital urgency for us, and this urgency, which distinguishes such a stance from that of a simple antiquarianism, surely needs to be retained in any more adequate solution. So, before I continue, so the first historicist moment that we talked about is antiquarianism. Now, the second one we're talking about is existential, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we had. This is what's kind of confusing with the way the argument is presented, because we talked about antiquarianism, then we talked about genetic
and teleology.
Historicism.
Oh, okay.
Genetic and teleological historicisms, which it kind of, I guess those are that's like a transition between, I think, antiquarianism and existential historicism. That's what it's like.
Right.
It's a little bit confusing.
Right. So it's like
it's fourfold, but like these are these are two like
okay. So like
you put it like these are two like transitional moments between antiquarianism and existential historicism, but he doesn't say that because I guess they're just like subspecies of not antiquarianism necessarily, but maybe, I don't know.
That's the confusing point. Are they like subspecies of the antiquarian, or do they are they their own sort of method of historicization themselves? That's
well, all right. So let's work this out. Like, if there's antiquarianism is also, he's calling it empiricist historiography.
Yes, and that's
right. So we start with antiquarianism, and I would think of that as just like textbook history, where it's like a succession of events. The causality there isn't really accounted for. It's just a gallery of moments and artifacts and ideas, just like you go to a museum and you could just admire all the paintings on the wall and not even read who the painters are. You don't have to learn a thing. You could just kind of like bask in it. Then you have like the genetic historicism, and its anti-historicist counterpart there has to do with causality. So it's like that's what I'm reading in this. Once you introduce a kind of go beyond antiquarianism to account for causality, then you get into first basic theological kind of like teleology, and then geneticist or genetic historicism, anti-genetic historicism. I don't know if that makes sense.
Because I wanted to recall that the only form of causality that he's brought up so far in this entire essay has only been expressive but in passing. But I wonder to what degree forms of causality play within these forms of historicism as well, right? And it is interesting thinking about antiquarianism specifically, not as just like, looking into the past, but that it's an empirical way, right? It's empiricism that tries to abstract from the object some type of general law of history.
Right. Yeah.
Because that's what empiricism does, is try to create the generic understanding from the certain object of empirical inquiry.
Yeah. So for like the genetic point of view, we get that quote from Bachofen, or however you say it. That I already forget his name, but
It's like Bashafon or somewhere.
yeah, like basically like whatever the object, the cultural object that we're seeking is, it should explain the origins of the present moment in a way that encompasses all of the present moment. It seems kind of naive to us now, but I'm sure it was kind of an attractive idea at the time. And then the response to that is, well, we can't do that because we don't have access to the past. We're either foisting our identity onto the past, which would ignore the crucial difference of something like archaic Greece, which is characteristic of archaic Greece. For Nietzsche, we need to preserve what is impenetrable in that vision, and then all we can do is create a genealogy that expresses the conditions of possibility for the current moment. We can't actually attribute it to a specific object to preserve any kind of linearity. Later, we're going to get to like the synchronic, and that's when rules and laws actually emerge more clearly. He's going to talk about this with Saussure. Rules and categories and the truths contained in those categories structure history, and that's the key word, structure. But it also, the thing there is that the move seems to be, okay, through structural typology, we've found a kind of escape route out of history, but it still refuses the problem. But this is interesting. But this section is interesting because it's also interesting how he suddenly starts talking about Deleuze and Guattari and anti-Oedipus, and it's interesting how he groups them with these other existential historicists to be like, no, you're squarely within this tradition, whether you guys admit it or not. Although it's a kind of like inversion, just in the same way that the anti-historic or the anti-geneticist inversion happened. That's what I'm getting from it. But
right, no, that makes perfect sense. I could continue reading. Where was I last at? Oh no, yeah, I didn't get past it because I was so caught on like the distinction of the historicisms that we've talked about. So
we're being very granular here, but
in this sense, whatever its theoretical contradictions, existential historicism must be honored as an experience, indeed, as the fundamental inaugural experience of history itself, without which all work in the culture must remain a dead letter. I like that. That's funny. There can indeed be no cultural investigation worthy of the name, let alone any history proper, that does not breathe something of the spiritual enthusiasm of this tradition for the traces that life has left behind it. Something of its visionary instinct for all the forms of living praxis preserved and still instinct within the monuments of the past. Nor does the past itself remain unmodified by this experience. Rather, that the historicist act revives the dead and reenacts the essential mystery of the cultural past, which, like Tiresias drinking the blood, is momentarily returned to life and warmth and allowed once more to speak its mortal speech and to deliver its long forgotten message in surroundings unfamiliar to it. God damn, that's fire. As I have mentioned, the Germans and the Spaniards, the Italians and the English, it may be appropriate to dramatize this astonishing moment of the exchange of forces between present and past through the voices of its supreme French embodiment, and to read the lines in which Michelet, arriving at the night of 4 August 1789, in his great narrative at the sudden and irrevocable dissolution of the ancien regime and the feudal world, and the unexpected emergence of modern times, salutes a past become present once again. And I'll read this right here. He says, how late you are in coming, great day. How long our forefathers had to wait for you and dream about you. Only the hope their sons would see you sustain them. Otherwise, they would have cursed life and died at hard labor. And I myself, their comrade, toiling beside them in the furrow of history and drinking from their bitter cup, what was it that allowed me to relive the agonizing Middle Ages and to emerge live, if not you, O glorious day, first day of our freedom? I lived but to tell your story. And so Jameson then says, yet, if the past is thus construed as a charisma, as a voice and a message and an enunciation, which it is the historian's vocation to sense and to preserve, there must also come a falling cadence as this supreme event begins to fade and normal times return. So Michelet, evoking that other supreme moment of his history, which is the Fête de la Fédération of July 1790, and in finding its documents, burnings after 60 years as though written yesterday, love letters, now expresses the pathos of the downward slope and the withdrawal from his vision. And the quote, so ended the best day of our lives. This sentence inscribed at nightfall by the fédérés of the village at the close of their narrative. I almost wrote it again myself, and at the end of the present chapter. It is over, and nothing of this sort will ever happen to me again. I leave here an irreparable moment of my life. Yeah, I see how he says, I leave here an irreparable moment of my life. A part of myself, which must, I sense, remain behind and follow me no further. It seems to me that I am thereby impoverished and diminished. Such dramatic outbursts, comparable only to the great trumpet call of the Fidelio, which signals the deliverance from the crypt of the ancien regime and the resurrection of the dead, ratify the vocation of the historian as custodian of the past and of the nameless generations of human life that have vanished without a trace. At the same time, there is already in Michelet something that infects the stance of existential historicism, and that an unexpected direction in which may allow us to sense a way out of its contradiction, which can now thereby be more accurately formulated. That's very interesting. So it's like in the one like passage, he's talking about like what a great day to come, what our forefathers were just only dreaming about. Now, we could experience and tell your story. But then the next one, it's like the best day of his life is now gone, right?
Yeah.
And not only is it that day, but it's also a part of himself, which is no longer, and he has to leave behind, right? It's like this. It's like, so there's this like sort of hope and intoxication of a moment that only people of the past, of our forefathers, can dream of. And then in the next moment, it's like now it's morning, right?
Well, read the next sentence because it completely affirms exactly what you're saying here.
Yeah. For existential historicism, as we have suggested, the experience of history is a contact between an individual subject in the present and a cultural object in the past. Yeah. Each poll, so I'm going to read that again. For existential historicism, as we have suggested, the experience of history is a contact between an individual subject in the present and a cultural object in the past. Each pole of this experience is thereby at once open to complete relativization. To take up for the moment only the subjectivity of the historian, it is clear that given the taste and receptivities of the individual subject, an infinity of possible histories is conceivable. It is the threat of the infinite relativization with which the more properly ideological presuppositions of existential historicism are then called upon to limit and to conjure. Yeah, that's very interesting right there. So like right there, he defines it specifically as like an individual subject of the present, in contact, with the object of the past. So it's like, rather than like, the subject object of Lukács's, thinking of totality from the standpoint of the proletariat, it is the existential historicism is of a present individual who comes into contact, and it's like with an object of the past. And it's like, I guess in a sense what differs then from the antiquarian or is that the antiquarian is empirical, right? Whereas like there's something of a, I don't know, like a pathology of the existential historicist, could you say? Like you can't say it's really like based on an empiricist method, but there's something like sort of way in which it's like, wow, I'm experiencing like what the forefathers could only dream of, but then it's like at the same time, I can't go further with it. I must discard it because it's a sort of no more, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different directions we could take this in. I'm thinking of how, with the phenomenologists, they're trying to theorize how the individual subject transforms the object of history through intentionality, but not in the Hegelian sense where there's like a unity. It's there's a sort of, for Heidegger, right? Like there's going to be a dissolution of the very dualism that Descartes introduces. And that only upon like a secondary reading becomes an interpretation of history. Now, I know I'm like condensing a lot of different thinkers when I make a very lapidary statement about one way of thinking about history and the subject and object. But I think the point here is with like this Lebensphilosophy and existential historicism that we're trying to overcome we could call it like a kind of noumenal gap towards an object that exists in the past. Now it doesn't like necessarily strike one as like noumenal what we're talking about here, but for Hegel, the noumenal is history. The tradition of thought that emerges with Lebensphilosophy and phenomenology is what? It's like a response to neo-Kantians. It's a response to Hegel in many ways, I think. Maybe not directly, but it's like a response to this version of history that we're talking about, but it like, I don't know. It helps supplement what I'm getting at here.
I'm thinking of it in the sense like, maybe it does have to do with the noumenal gap. But what I find interesting, I guess, juxtaposing the antiquarian versus the existential historicism is, on the one hand, we are abstracting something from the object of history in an empirical manner, right? But in this one, it seems like as if what is really happening in the existential historicism is that the subject, as the historicist, is being filled with affect, right? It seems like the only thing that is being affirmed by this cultural object is the affective dimension that saturates the individual subject. So it's not about a narrativization, nor is it some sort of empirical abstraction from the empirical object to a general law of history. Rather, it's the affective and aesthetic taste that it produces, but it can never really think of like its notion of past and future are sort of distorted by the effects of nostalgia, you could say, of mourning, and of intoxicated enthusiasm, which remain at a sort of imaginary and affective level,
Right.
but never symbolize what's being going on. They can never look at the frame of how it sees it.
Yeah. And I'm thinking like,
And well, I want to just say, like, I feel like these forms of historicism are Jameson's diagnostics of these forms of historicism that these specific people would not say that they're doing. They just think that they're doing history. But I think what Jameson's doing is diagnosing, right, these sorts of moments, right?
right. I think what I was saying might have been a stretch there, but when I'm thinking about like what does Nietzsche and Dilthey, or Dilthey, however you say it, like, who I don't really know that much about his philosophy other than that he's like the forerunner of a lot of the phenomenologists, Husserl and Heidegger in particular. And it's like, how would I put it? Yeah, like this affective dimension, this kind of libidinal intoxication with a specific object in history. What it implies to me is that intuition is privileged above all, but it's an intuition that is sharpened or honed against the whetstone of an engagement with the past that speaks to its most vital moments and intensities in such a way that, and I think Heidegger might subscribe to this even if he doesn't admit it, in such a way that it's like those potentialities are unleashed by, like basically a great individual going Super Saiyan when he like encounters this cultural object. I know this is kind of long-winded.
Yeah, no,
that's
like they imagine, like, they're supposed to be imbued with like some sort of like higher consciousness or like immediate form of being. And isn't it all too interesting that, like, when we look at it, so for instance, you brought up the phenomenologists, and of course, like you mentioned the Germans, but like I also think it's interesting that the French phenomenologists, when they talk about culture and aesthetics, they're very much obsessed with surrealism and impressionism, which would give us more dimensions about human life than intellectualism or rationality, getting away from schematism, but looking at the affective dimension that comes about from looking at this piece of art. It's all about the affect. It's all about the embodiment and perception, for French phenomenology. And of course, that's very generalizing. I'm only really referring to one, which is it's Merleau-Ponty. But, and again, you could look at all of phenomenology when it comes to cultural artifices about the not necessarily intentionality, but the way that the forms of experience can bring us to the things themselves, and about the sort of, whether it's the transcendental ego or just the experience that saturates me, right?
Yeah. And I mean, like, just to bring it back to kind of Kantian table of categories, like a priori structuration of the world, of our experience, type of logic. It's like phenomenologists, as I understand it, they're trying to do something that does speak to like the conditions of possibility for phenomena, but by saying that the phenomena dictate the rules by which we are to form these categories, phenomena taken in isolation, bracketed. And that should be our starting point rather than like primary and secondary qualities to which all phenomena must adhere. It's like let's let phenomena speak for themselves. But what does that have to do with like existential historicism? Well, it's like that's just one iteration of it in phenomenology. Nietzsche's not a phenomenologist, but he's still bracketed under like Lebensphilosophy according to Lukács. So it's kind of like what it leads to is I guess, either a sense of history that's completely meaningless and we just shrug off the problem of history, or there is the sensitivities or sensibilities and sensitivities of a unique individual who has some capacity to pick up on the cultural object, which would direct history in one way rather than the infinite potentialities presented in a determinate moment. I don't know. That might have been a huge leap there. That might have been a real stretch. Like, I think I might have been biting off more than I can chew. But I think there's something there, and it has, yeah, something to do
Well,
with
I think you are on something, because, like, of course, phenomenology is not the same as Leibniz philosophy, but I think what Nietzsche brings to the table and what we see with the development of phenomenology and phenomenology as existentialism, or at least the sort of way into what they grapple with each other, there is a sort of focal point where they meet with one another. And I do think that it has to do with not just the affective dimension of human life and how affective dimension takes a part on the experience of reality, but the way that plays into culture and art and aesthetics, and how these sorts of historical aesthetics or historical pieces of art speak to us, and speak to us in a way that we communicate affectively.
yeah. Yeah, my point is that like all of this bears on intuition. And
Yes,
the
intuition.
of
Yeah,
intuition.
yes, I
And
do. Yes.
you can't think of intuition outside of the affective or even the libidinal, and you can't think of the ultimate horizon of this affective culture of sensibility as anything but culture. The ultimate horizon of it is culture, and what that does is sort of like reify the status quo. And I think like what I mean by that is that you can only understand history in terms of the panoramic view of culture at any present moment, but the infinite possibilities, and whether this is like in a moment of complete despair or in a moment of complete optimism, the infinite possibilities only present themselves when you understand intuitively the panoramic moment from side to side in view of some cultural object from the past, all of the infinite potentialities that express themselves in that moment, and then as an individual, your role as mediating through your incredibly refined sensitivities, the some kind of transformation, some kind of turning point in history. That's my attempt to sort of like bring all these strands together.
No, yeah, no, that
I
makes
MacGyvered it a little bit
yeah.
there.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
I can continue reading if you
For sure. Yeah.
a breather from thinking and just let Jameson speak for us. Each pole of this experience is thereby at once open to complete relativization. To take up for the moment only the subjectivity of the historian, it is clear that given the tastes and receptivities of the individual subject, an infinity of possible histories is conceivable. It is this threat of infinite relativization which the more properly ideological presuppositions of existential historicism are then called upon to limit and to conjure. These consist, as we have said, in a certain psychology of human nature, better still, in a certain anthropology, the notion of some full development of human potentialities as it is expressed diversely in Schiller, Humboldt, or the early Marx, which as an ontological presupposition cannot be satisfactory to us today, no matter how much sympathy we may have for its vision. Here, the Althusserian critique of humanism, Althusser's systematic dissociation of early anthropological or existential Marx from the later structural and synchronic model of capital, is powerful and timely. We may, in our present context, rewrite Althusser's thematics of humanism as a warning that any anthropology, any statement about human nature is necessarily and irredeemably ideological. This position can perhaps be grasped most immediately and practically on the polemic level, where it is clear that any given anthropology or presupposition about human nature, any other, may with equally peremptory force be opposed, as for instance the Hobbesian view revived by Robert Ardrey and others of the innate aggressivity of the human animal. It should not be thought, however, that this dilemma can be adequately solved by way of the post-structuralist critique of the centered subject. That existential historicism in its canonical form posits the historian as a centered subject of this type is evident, and were it not, the critiques of Hegelian absolute spirit from the most varied philosophical standpoints would be enough to demonstrate it. Yet, as we have suggested, what is essential in this experience is less the construction of the subject itself than its enthusiasm, the spark of recognition, what would today be called its reception of unique intensities. Quite unexpectedly, therefore, we find in the midst of the most powerful contemporary celebration of the decentered subject a call for what can only be called a decentered schizophrenic equivalent to existential historicism. And I think this is from fucking Anti-Oedipus. This next quotation.
I think so, because yeah, it's a quote of Klossowski, or reference to Klossowski, the Nietzschean and Sadian. I think so, yeah.
Klossowski has admirably demonstrated in his commentary on Nietzsche the presence of the Stimmung as a material emotion constitutive of the most lofty thought and the most acute perception. The centrifugal forces do not flee the center forever, but approach it once again only to retreat from it yet again. Such is the nature of the violent oscillations that overwhelm an individual so long as he seeks only his center and is incapable of seeing the circle of which he himself is a part. For if these oscillations overwhelm him, it is because each one of them corresponds to an individual other than the one he believes himself to be from the point of view of the unlocatable center. As a result, an identity is essentially fortuitous, and a series of individualities must be undergone by each of these oscillations, so that as a consequence, the fortuitousness of this or that particular individuality will render all of them necessary. The forces of attraction and repulsion, of soaring ascents and plunging falls, produces a series of intensive states based on the intensity equals zero that designates the body without organs. But what is most unusual is that here again a new afflux is necessary merely to signify this absence. There is no Nietzsche the self, professor of philology, who suddenly loses his mind and supposedly identifies with all sorts of strange people. Rather, there is the Nietzschean subject who passes through a series of states and who identifies these states with history's various names. I am all the names of history. The subject spreads itself out along the entire circumference of the circle, the center of which has been abandoned by the ego. At the center is the desiring machine, the celibate machine of the eternal return, a residual subject of the machine. Nietzsche as subject garners a euphoric reward, voluptas, from everything that this machine turns out, a product that the reader had thought to be no more than the fragmented oeuvre by Nietzsche. Nietzsche believes that he is now pursuing not the realization of a system, but the application of a program in the form of residues of the Nietzschean discourse, which have now become the repertory, so to speak, of his histrionics. It is not a matter of identifying with various historical personages, but rather identifying the names of history with zones of intensity on the body without organs. And each time Nietzsche as subject exclaims, "They're me, so it's me," no one has ever been as deeply involved in history as the schizo or dealt with it in this way. He consumes all of universal history in one fell swoop. We begin by defining him as homo natura, and lo and behold, he has turned out to be homo historia. This long road that leads from the one to the other stretches from Hölderlin to Nietzsche, and the pace becomes faster and faster. The euphoria could not be prolonged in Nietzsche for as long a time as the contemplative alienation of Hölderlin. The vision of the world granted to Nietzsche does not inaugurate a more or less regular succession of landscapes or still lifes extending over a period of 40 years or so. It is rather a parody of the process of recollection of an event. A single actor will play the whole of it in pantomime in the course of a single solemn day, because the whole, if it reaches expression and then disappears once again in the space of just one day, even though it may reappear to have taken place between December 31st and January 6th in a realm above and beyond the usual rational calendar. January 6th rioters, see? Very
Anti-Oedipian.
very anti-Oedipal, libidinal release. That's kind of like a body without organs at the steps of our beloved capital.
Yeah, and that was a very long-winded passage, but still, like, I mean, at the bottom, he then introduces in this next paragraph his schizophrenic historicism, right? Does not change the basic terms of historicist situation. And I'm not going to read that just yet because I think we have to unpack all that if we could freaking recall every single thing. But I think it's interesting how we go from existentialist historicism to a schizophrenic one, as we just foreshadowed just now, because this is exactly what D&G are doing with their reading of Nietzsche is to sort of oppose like not only interpretations, but in a sense to sort of decouple, delink, or like deterritorialize, in which like, you know, it's not about meaning as much as it's about like a sort of program or experimentation of like affirming something. And I wouldn't even call it an ideal. Well, for Nietzsche, it might be somewhat of like an ideal, like the Ubermensch, but for D&G, it's the body without organs, which means it's like something without content. So like, you know, maybe it's something like a form, but a form that's never really aiming at totality. For them, history is not anything totality at all. It's always in the realm of pure multiplicity, to be jargony about it. But I think why I guess that would be a problem, because there's no master code and there's no narrative, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess for them, I mean, we begin with the territorialization of the individual as embodied, and I could be completely wrong about this because I know it's like the body without organs is so contested, so up for debate, but like what I'm getting from this is sort of like if they are anti-Oedipus as a master code, and if it is, to use Jameson's term, a strategy of containment, which limits the notion of desire and doesn't allow for, in fact, cuts off any possibility of a kind of liberation, which is a sexual act for them in a sense, then the beginning of like the territorialization of the individual is like almost this division of the body into different parts and organs, and they are privileging, right, like partial drives over any idea of drive, because it's like, oh, it's what organs do that matters more than the fact that they are gathered together in the body of a single individual. And that's like we need to privilege the intensities of these different partial drives over the stasis of an assemblage of organs in a certain individual, because that like already leads to like the kind of like Oedipalization of the individual, and then like the integration into a society, which, you know, traditionally is talked about in terms of like a body politic, and you know,
Yeah, a
whatever.
body politics and an organ as an organon as a tool. And ultimately that like with the Oedipalization, we get desire as lack, and they want desire as production rather than the Oedipal drama of the sort of family on you know, behind the scenes, a stage of the unconscious. It's rather like a factory of production. And so what they want, what production for them is not only the sort of like assemblage theory, but what it is sort of positivistic, that it's always sort of it is almost like a, in a way, like I don't know, their form of causality that Jameson would ascribe to them, but I feel like for D&G they mentioned this in this text, that there is a sort of synthesis between sort of mechanistic materialism and vitalism, right? That's what they want to sort of close the gap in on the debate of mechanism and
Okay.
vitalistic philosophy, right?
Well, that makes sense based on like what we were just talking about. If existential historicism is more so vitalist, and if we contrast this proposed, but to Jameson's mind, failed solution to the problems of, let's say, existential historicism, as we saw it in that Michelet guy who one day is waking up to the French Revolution and is like, this is fucking awesome. Finally, I am free from the chains of feudalism and the medieval world. Let's fucking rock out. And then it's like the hangover the next day. Oh, that was the best moment of my life, and I'll never recover it, and now everything sucks. It's like, well, this is what happens if existential historicism takes too much of like an optimistic view of history, because you're always going to come up as that individual, like with egg on your face, because it's like you invested too much in what you thought was this cultural object, this moment in time, this great like plot point kind of exciting turn of history, and now, well, like of course things didn't exactly play out as you expected. That's all to say that the sensibilities of an individual, like a Napoleon or whatever, yeah, like you could bring about a certain kind of change, but I think it's like what D&G are trying to solve here is the deadlock of bourgeois society and social reproduction that ultimately um, places its faith and invests a certain libidinal energy in a heroic figure. Like if
Yeah.
Napoleon's like an Ubermensch, then it's like, well, Napoleon could bring about some kind of change in the sense of like production, but not really. Like it's just it would just be another era of capitalism and like a re-legislation of the system that's already in place that ultimately doesn't escape bourgeois society, and that's like what they're trying to do with this idea of like
Well,
design, and there's
it,
right, which is just an inversion of that kind of like individualism, to be like there are no individuals.
yeah. In the Michelet example that you reiterated, the way you just like summarize it, it makes me think of the same exact thing that like Zizek uses to critique those that are ready for the armed revolution. And he'll say like he'd rather what does he say, like put his what is it, his mother in slavery or whatever for V for Vendetta 2, right? I could be butchering it, but it's like he says that in relation to like he would rather have that than have the revolution. And I think it's a testament really to the sentiment that he perceives revolutionaries really have, if you could call it that, because we could put it his notion of like today's left into question. But the theme of like Michelet saying this was the best day of my life, but then the next day it's like all that is no more. Like there was just so much enthusiasm and intoxication in this sort of moment, but then after that, what is there next? Like that was the height of everything, and now what is there to go? I could only just talk about a past that I must let go. And to use the Zizek example, V for Vendetta 2 is just another promise of something epic. There's a repetition of something epic over and over and over again. And I think maybe that there is something to using that example contra the Michelet guy, the sentiment of like, well, if we have the greatest moment of history, then what comes after that? But in the capitalist context of like commodity production, you're always met with something that's supposed to be anew. So there's always this repetition of something that's monumental. But of course it's not, right? But I don't know. It just made me think of that. And I don't know if there's something to that, since we're, talking about Jameson and not only history, but then also cultural products, or just the sense of the cultural object, revolution versus V for Vendetta 2. There's something that comes after that's more promising than the effects of, and it's not even the revolution itself, it's the subject, the bourgeois subject that can't see past after the moment, right? And must resort back to going into the past, right? There's no utopia.
Yeah, I mean, they can't stand the fact that the meaning of an event like the French Revolution, the storming of the Bastille specifically, let's say, won't gain meaning or bear out every single nascent effect in a later era. Like, if it's not going to like fully play out in my lifetime, then what the fuck is the point? Why did I sign up for this? This is bullshit. And then of course that's what leads to a kind of like cynicism. But the D&G solution, as he's going to say here, doesn't really get beyond the individual subject, and that's what I was trying to sort of outline before with the phenomenologists. It's like everyone's really grappling with this question of who is the subject of history, or what is the connection between subject and object, and they don't always realize how, in the class consciousness sense, history does bear on this question of the unity of subject and object, or their divergence. But for them, like, subject is still individual. And schizophrenic historicism, he says, well, I'll just continue reading. Schizophrenic historicism does not change the basic terms of the historicist situation, for it still opposes an individual subject, here to be sure an individual effect of subjectivity, rather than a fully constituted bourgeois-centered subject. So that's interesting. Oh, it's an effect. It's an effect of subjectivity. And people get really tricky with this word effect, especially people like D&G. But it's an effect of subjectivity, not the bourgeois-centered subject, which is opposed to an essentially collective object. Yet now it allows us to widen the range of effects or intensities that are thereby implied, now not merely enthusiasm of an aestheticizing type or Nietzschean euphoria and exaltation, but also the whole gamut of quite different Stimmungen. I need to look that up. Dizziness, loathing, depression, nausea, and Freudian decathexis are to be numbered among the possible modes of some authentic contact with the cultural past. In this sense, indeed, our contemporary distance from aesthetic historicism itself may be unexpectedly reevaluated in the Althusserian exasperation with Michelet's rhetoric of the resurrection of the dead, the passionate repudiation of the vécu, and of existential phenomenology, as well as of Hegelian expressive causality. Indeed, the more general malaise and revulsion we may sometimes feel for the supreme and placeless severity with which a mostly Germanic bourgeois world spirit dips into the cultures of the past and organizes them into imaginary museums for its own delectation. All these feelings signal some electrifying and authentically historical, indeed properly historicist, contact with that present of existential historicism itself, which has now become but another moment of our past in which we live in the no less vital mode of the negative, or of repulsion. Should I keep going, or do you want to say something about that? Your mic's muted.
Yeah. One of the things that like came to mind just now, thinking about like where this trajectory is going, it's like thinking back to the political unconscious. Jameson seems to think that what we need to advocate in terms of aesthetic and culture, and even the text, is going to literary realism, right? That's why he's so interested in Balzac and I think Stendhal. But most importantly, that like regardless of the political sentiments of the proponents of realism, specifically Balzac, who in a sense like has this weird affinity to the ancien regime, like a sort of sentiment, but in a way doesn't have in his literary works sort of distortion of history, as far as like fetishizing the past in the antiquarian sense, or existential historicism or schizophrenic. Like there's something to it that could bring about ways in which we could look at the future. That's the only thing I wanted to say. Like I feel like where Jameson's going, it's like same thing that he's telling us in a deeper way in political unconscious when we get into like this problem of the cultural object and the subject that encounters it to talk about history. I think realism is where he will turn to.
Yeah, and spoiler alert, it does end on that note about history, or the future, I should say, but its relation to history. Once we get through all of these different sort of permutations of the argument, from this vaster perspective, then it would seem that only indifference suspends a lived relationship to the past that can be registered in intensities of any conceivable quality. For even boredom in its strong Baudelarian form is a way of sensing and living the specificity of certain moments of the cultural past. If this is the case with boredom, however, as a resistance of the organism to culturally alien and asphyxiating forms, we may want to take into consideration the possibility that indifference is ultimately also a mode of relationship, something like a defense mechanism, a repression, a neurotic denial, a preventative shutting off of affect, which itself finally reconfirms the vital threat of its object. In that case, the nightmare of history becomes inescapable. We are everywhere in relation to it, even in its apparent absences, and the therapeutic Nietzschean forgetfulness of history is fully as reactive to the fact of history as is Michelet's resurrection. How are we to understand this absent cause to which we cannot react with the whole range of our affective intensities, and which at the same time would seem to be so charged with dread as to make the occasional prospect of its occultation, its repression, or its amnesia come before us like a momentary relief? It does not seem to me that the immemorial record of violence in the most brutal as well as the most intangible forms of domination are sufficient to motivate this mental flight, these ingenious subterfuges. Violence is a sheerly ideological category, as the popularity of this concept in American social criticism today testifies, and as for domination, social Darwinism and neo-fascism make it plain that under certain circumstances this phenomenon can also be contemplated with complacency or even a somber exhilaration. For Marxism, indeed, the categories of power are not the ultimate ones, and the trajectory of contemporary social theory, from Weber to Foucault, suggests that the appeal to it is often strategic and involves a systematic displacement of the Marxian problematic. No, the ultimate form of the nightmare of history is rather the fact of labor itself, and the intolerable spectacle of the back-breaking millennial toil of millions of people from the earliest moments of human history. The more existential versions of this dizzying and properly unthinkable, unimaginable spectacle, as in horror at the endless succession of dying generations, at the ceaseless wheel of life, or at the irrevocable passage of time itself, are themselves only disguises for this ultimately scandalous fact of mindless, alienated work, and of the irremediable loss and waste of human energies, a scandal to which no metaphysical categories can give a meaning. This scandal is everywhere known, everywhere repressed, un secret de tout connu. It is, for example, instructive that the text of Tolstoy, upon which the Russian formalists founded their canonical theory of artistic defamiliarization, should be a text about work. Indeed, contemporary feminism makes the recognition of this labor as housework, women's work, the oldest form of the division of labor, quite unavoidable. I was cleaning a room and meandering about, approached the sofa and couldn't remember whether or not I had dusted it. Since these movements are habitual and unconscious, I could not remember and felt that it was impossible to remember. So that if I had dusted it and forgot, that is, had acted unconsciously, then it was the same as if I had not. If some conscious person had been watching, then the fact could be established. If, however, no one was looking or was looking on unconsciously, if the whole complex lives of many people go on unconsciously, then such lives are as if they had never been. This waste of human life, what Tilly Olson, this is Jameson again, what Tilly Olson has called the silences into which such large parts of so many people's lives, and not merely women's lives, disappear, is evidently not rectified by the self-consciousness by which the formalists, and perhaps Tolstoy himself, proposed to recuperate it. The whole classical doctrine of aesthetics as play and as a non-finalizable finality, and the persistent ideological valorization of handicraft production are also desperate attempts to think away the unthinkable reality of alienated labor. The latter finally grounds the phenomenon of reification itself, described, for instance, by the Teleological group as the effacement of the traces of production on the object. Yet even here, the category of production remains a still too tolerable and recuperable one, which in a pinch any modernist would be willing to salute. The deeper hold of reification lies in its promise to obliterate from the object world that surrounds us the dizzying and culpabilizing presence of the stored alien labor of other people. That's an amazing passage. I think that's like my favorite passage in this entire essay, like what he gets at there. That's when he really, this is what Conor was talking about before. It's like you get kind of lulled by his arguments, and you get kind of caught up in the flow of it, and then he hits you with a passage like that where you're
Yeah. And like, damn, no, that makes sense. No, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because ultimately, like, I think like what what I like this idea that he read on the page prior about like labor being the sort of nightmare, right? Or like the form which like really is like problematic, the Marxian problem, right? And then in a way in which like in this passage with Russian formalism, something remains unconscious, right? And trying to retrace that. But really, what it is not the unconscious of some like part of me, but really my relationship as an alienated being to labor and the reification of that process as well, right? Just to kind of simplify things,
Yeah, I mean, so we went from Michelet's exhilaration, his intoxication, his excitement, and he is like the paragon of the existential historicist, heroic individual who is disillusioned. Then we get an attempt at the subversion of, no Lacan evocation intended, but the attempt at the subversion of a bourgeois subject through the decentering we see in that D&G passage, where we are no longer bourgeois contained individuals, but we are subject of these zones of intensity, and it's a matter of getting in touch with those zones of intensity. That would be the revolutionary move. Then what we get is a negative experience, though, of those same, well, the intensities that are celebrated. Again, the only proponent right now that I remember from reading this is like Michelet, the kind of exhilaration that is celebrated in existential historicism proper. We get almost denial of those intensities in the form of like boredom, indifference, and like
Yeah.
intensities, almost nausea, dizziness, all of these unpleasant, everything they list in drug commercials, right? Like
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, just to think of a dumb example, like what Michelet's like attitude is in the first passage regarding like the greatest moment of his life, like, and you can only like signify that by just saying like this is what our forefathers could only have hoped for or dreamed of. But it's like, what exactly does this moment mean for him? Like, why is it the greatest moment? It literally like reminds me of like what Michelet's attitude is literally like in that episode of South Park, Stan's dad just celebrating because Obama won. Like, and he just acted so like senseless like about it. And he just singing along. He's like, celebrate good Obama, Obama. But it's like, why is he so excited? Like, what does that actually mean? And then the next day, just like boredom, and all these other negative affects that come about. Like, what, like, this is the greatest moment of history, but why? What's the chain of signifiers going to come after that? But we don't have that. We just have like, the denial of what's really going on in the affective plane.
Right. So I think it's like the Stan's dad, like Obama style celebration becomes aestheticized or fetishized almost, and then the anti that also becomes fetishized in the form of our disillusionment, Sartrean nausea, the hangover, let's call it. It's like waking up from a night of intoxication, but now these are, I would call them like almost anti-intensities. And the only recourse we can take, as he says, is like a kind of like indifference, right? But well, why does he introduce labor here? Well, because I think he just wants to state it outright for us, which is, we at this point in our examination of these different forms of historicism have finally run aground on the rock of labor as the disavowed substratum of the reified world that we experience, and that like there's no room in Nietzsche or Michelet or pretty much anybody who has been mentioned up until this point, except for Marx. I don't know about Foucault, for labor in this sense. And it's a very simple point he's making right now. It's like, if you really stop and contemplate all of the energy that's been wasted on in human production, the lives that have been lost, the sheer meaninglessness of it all, it's too much to bear. And he's saying that forms, if there's anything like a substance to reality as we experience it, quote unquote reality, this kind of second nature, this real abstraction of our existential experience of the world, that's simply what underlies it. And I think about, I don't know, if you go travel anywhere, or see the pyramids, or see the Colosseum, or see the Great Wall of China, and take a selfie with it, or you're taking your hinge selfie at Machu Picchu with your Stanley Cup or something, it's like, what are you not registering there? Of course, is like, imagine the lives that have been lost, the blood that's been shed, the people have been crushed under slabs of rock to make these artifacts, which again only gain their splendor and their attraction for us in their, at that point, kind of like that's like almost like pure antiquarianism,
right, and they're in their
right?
in their encounter with them too, like, you know, and I think like Jameson has something on tourism. I think Daniel was saying something about this in our second to last session on the Jameson reading group. But yeah, like, and that's a perfect example, because it's like you have the tourist taking the hinge selfie at Machu Picchu, or like the what is it, the Mayan pyramids, the climbing up the god damn it, why am I can't think of the term. But regardless, you know, you got the hinge selfie and the Stanley Cup, but then it's also like adding to that example, you got like the kids that are bored out of their mind and don't want to be there. They're just like, parents are like super egoically telling them, enjoy, learn something. This is history, right? Like, you know,
One day you'll thank
oh,
me for
yeah, one day you'll
there.
thank
You're
me.
gonna realize if the parents don't understand what relevance this has, neither will the child one day. Not to be too cynical about it, maybe they will, like, you know, and romanticize this as a memory, but unless they become experts in, you know, like or historians or something, why would it have any relevance exactly?
Right. Yeah, and then like the tourist sense, it's always like, you know, encountered with the like the moment of awe, or like, wow. But like that's all it is. It's like this sort of surface image of like the sublimity, but you know, it's only like, this is a historical object. This is history, but like, what does that mean other than like just the past? But there's no narrative of like everything imbued into that. There is, in a sense, some sort of like the way in which tourism and capitalism bring about like this exchange value that comes with encountering this cultural artifact or this cultural object.
Right. And it's like it seems you know, kind of ignorance is bliss, in the sense that once you enter into these controversies, these arguments that are going on about how to frame history, about how to develop a historiography that might register class antagonism or would deny it entirely, whatever the case is, it's as if, you know, what's happening here is, by going beyond, well, first, of course, mere antiquarianism into the genetic historicism we were talking about before, and then the anti-genetic historicism, and then this existential historicism, which would once and for all deliver up to us the true meaning of historical moments, of historical artifacts, but ultimately in many ways just lapses into another kind of like antiquarianism. If you think about it, it just becomes like an antiquarianism with a certain like patina of like conviction, or a certain kind of like faux revolutionary bent, but very quickly the sense of closure, of inescapable closure in the nightmare of history, almost becomes like redoubled, as again, as soon as that like intoxication and exhilaration wears off. Because I think what he's saying is, it's like, it's at that point where if you haven't tarried with Marx, if you haven't engaged with Marx, if you haven't given a thought to reification, and if your schema doesn't include labor as a motivating factor, that the sense of indifference, and indifference is often, you know, kind of a luxury. It's like a purchased luxury. Sense of indifference, disillusionment, nausea, depression that you're going to feel is going to kind of like leave you in the lurch, because it's like you don't could And I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but I can't help but think of like Mark Fisher here, and it's kind of like, you're left with vibes and like bad vibes, and history is kind of just a succession of episodes that lead to this present moment of very bad vibes. And it's like, sure, yeah, there's really bad vibes. There's plenty of reasons to be depressed and hopeless, but as 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 Marxists, aspiring Marxists, then like we should understand these things in terms of modes of production, not like missed chances and the bad vibes that come from missing.
Yeah, and I guess like that's why wrestling with possibility of utopia, not only like as a project, but also the affective dimension that it, could come about, but a realism as well that keeps us from falling into these like circularities that we see with these forms of historicism, in which like it ultimately, just to kind of like be crude, it seems that like these forms of historicism either use the past as a sort of mirror of which really is the present. They have no choice but to go back to the past in some sort of way, um rather than even thinking about history itself in schizophrenic sense. It's just like this sort of multiplicity of like different ways of doing a discourse, that gets away of like any master code or narrative. It's this sort of like aesthetic act of Dionysian affirmation, ultra aestheticism, aestheticism, which has a political charge, has an intensity. Maybe there's a sort of disavowal or denial of what's causing that, but needless to say, that is what we're going to affirm, rather than to really look at the method of historicism itself, which I'm talking about like someone like Nietzsche and D&G. And I think why the Marxian master code, or Marxism as a historical narrative, is important, is because it allows us to think not only a form of history that's scientific and materialistic, but also a realism as well, right? I think that's kind of mainly what this essay and political unconscious are trying to aim at. It's a very polemical in the sense of attacking these not just forms of historicism, but diagnosing them for what they are, right? Reified forms of bourgeois consciousness, right?
Yeah, it's a diagnostic, and I love that about this essay, is how diagnostic it is. And when you read it in that way, then you realize that the sweep of it is, well, the sweep of Jameson's entire oeuvre is it's unparalleled, because he came up at a specific moment when French theory was taking off in America, and he was alive for May 68, and he has a unique way of responding to the ensuing disappointments of that. But how about I'll read to the end of this. Well, it's a lot more. I don't know if we. Well, let's try to read to that. I'll read to, and we'll just I can read to that point, and then we'll just like offer some final thoughts, and then like finish
Close it out, yeah.
Because I do want to finish this, but because I'm just like on the edge of my seat here, but I know.
Wait, where did you go? Because I could start us.
Yeah, neither the complacent.
Neither the complacent aestheticizing contemplation of existential historicism proper, nor the manic and Nietzschean exaltation of schizophrenic historicism resolves the fundamental imbalance of such views of historical experience, which oppose the response of an individual subject to the collective realities of any moment of the past. It is precisely at this point that Michelet's inflection of such historicism suggests a rather different solution. In Michelet, indeed, the present of the observer historian far from being placeless, is doubly inscribed in the text as a concrete situation. It is above all the present of August 4th, 1789, the present of the revolution, which resurrects the lost silence of medieval labor, not through any objective historiographic reconstruction, but by the vital novum of praxis. Meanwhile, the politically committed stance of the historian Michelet during the legitimation crisis of the final years of July monarchy, the politically symbolic value of his own historiography, which will earn him suspension from the Collège de France on the very eve of the Revolution of 1848, reduplicates this reinvention of the past by an active present and allows Michelet himself to resurrect that very known patterns of culture in spite of their ideological stress of the infinite diversity of human cultures can be shown to be articulated by a cultural classification system that is far more innocent. Lopeman's work is exemplary for us in the present context because it would seem to have drawn the methodological consequences of this apparently unavoidable yet generally unformulated tendency toward typology and existential historicism, and to have projected the most self-conscious and ambitious program for cultural classifications that we have yet have. In anthropology proper, such programs are generally hampered by the institutional restriction of ethnological materials to so-called cold or primitive societies. That is, they operate within an unreflected previous and far too global typology, which is simply the division between the primitive and the historical social forms. The works of Lopeman and his group would appear to take its point of departure in the Marxian problematic of social reproduction. Indeed, the initial definition of culture as the non-hereditary memory of the collectivity suggests a perspective in which the various possible mechanisms of cultural storage will be analyzed in terms of their function to reproduce a mode of production of a determinative type. This is not the direction taken by Lopeman's work, however, nor does the preliminary restriction of his study to the field of Slavic or Russian cultural history compel this perspective, insofar as the materials thereby find themselves reduced to documents from only two modes of production, feudalism and capitalism. I do not know of any cultural typological work of this school on artifacts from the socialist period proper. Thus, Lopeman's initial definition of culture operates at once to bracket the whole question of the infrastructural function of culture and to determine a framework in which the various cultural mechanisms can be studied in isolation. These prove essentially to be twofold and to generate a kind of dualistic vision of history. It is possible to distinguish between cultures directed mainly toward expression and those directed chiefly towards content. Both types of culture, they are explicitly correlated with the medieval ritualistic and the modern rationalistic or scientific, respectively, are organized around textual constructions, or better still, around processes of textualization. But the first type of culture, that organized around the plane of expression, posits a master text, scripture, to which the other texts of culture and social life are assimilated. The basic evaluative mechanism of such a cultural mechanism will be the distinction between correct and incorrect, and the world will be articulated according to the binary opposition, in which the true text or true culture, the culture of belief, is opposed to the false text and cultures of heresies, superstitions, and the like. Meanwhile, a certain concept of textuality organizes modern rationalistic culture as well. But in this case, the opposite of the equivalent master text, the scientific rationality, is not another heretical text, but merely the non-textualized entropy or disorder. Here, the reproductive mechanism of culture is not directed toward the replication of a sacred text, but rather towards the imperializing transformation of everything that is as yet a non-text into a new master text of scientific rationality. and the evaluation system of such a mechanism is based on conceptions of rules and method rather than conceptions of correctness or incorrectness. An opposition that might be reformulated in terms of the ethical binary of good and evil. So what he's saying is that this is what that guy Loatman seems to structure the history of the two cultures, the savage versus the modern. One sort of oriented around a basic master code, which is a scripture, which is the text that all things can be assimilated in, versus the one of a scientific attribution where, you know, there isn't, let's say, a master text per se, but a method that seeks to textualize everything, right? And evaluate them based on concepts and rules, which almost seems to me it's like, in a sense, like create systems and which the rules are sort of symbolic versus the sort of imaginarized, maybe intuitive things that scripture does of good and evil, right? The ethical binary.
Yeah.
But I guess the argument is like this is sort of contrary to what the Marxist problem, because the Marxist problem of social reproduction seems to be addressed at by Loatman, but in a different manner, right? He's not getting at, like, you know, the social reproduction for necessary like labor and etc. that Marx is doing in Capital, but something that almost seems to have a similar form of typology, but it digresses into a dualism of history.
Right. Well, see, I don't know enough about this Loatman guy to understand what he wants to do with this master text and assimilating other texts of other cultures to that text exactly. I believe that this is the kind of sociology, anthropology, typology that, you know, is going to align with the kind of structuralism that he wants to talk about. So we've moved into structural typology now. The transition from Michelet to this patterns of culture book, I don't like totally understand how we got to this kind of like historiographic reconstruction as
Well, I
like,
guess if I have to take a swing at it, why that transition to the patterns of culture is because, well, what Michelet as a historian seems to be saying in this, like, again, these two passages that we keep talking about. The one end, it's like, what are this, like the forefathers could only hope for and dream of, I'm experiencing today, is not only the revolution, but the end of the ancien regime, which was the, you know, the form of feudalism and caste hierarchy, to something that is supposed to be the end of it, but what comes after, but, you know, the French Revolution, the Napoleonic thing, etc., and modern bourgeois life. And so I guess like this sentiment that he's expressing is not only just one that we were talking about from the dimension of like, oh, affects, etc., but also I guess what Michelet is also inquiring is maybe like what exactly structures society then, these patterns of culture, because what is it that he is sort of you know, intoxicated by in the end of the ancien regime, which is not necessarily, you know, in my view, I mean, you know, Michelet is someone who's new to me as it is to you, just like this Loatman dude. But if I have to take a swing at it, it's like Michelet could only see the culture of the ancien regime, which he's, you know, sick and tired of, and not the sort of social reproduction of that sort of hierarchy and what is being produced in post-ancien regime society, which would be the advent of bourgeois society.
Right,
And
but Loatman's trying to account for the Marxian problematic of social reproduction, it says here. So he's
yes,
attempting to.
yeah,
Michelet can't
you can't, because I think,
give a mode of production.
yeah, he's not thinking about modes of production. He's thinking about, I think what Jameson seems to be attributing to the dilemma of Michelet is what he just says above in that first sentence of like patterns of culture, in spite of their ideological stress on the infinite diversity of human cultures. I think, you know, in a sense, like he couldn't see past the cultural element. And,
Right. So it's like, and Weber even belongs to this school of German sociology, where the typologies and morphologies of the different either historical moments. In Weber's case, he is talking about class, but in a kind of different way than Marx does, or just different yeah, like strata of society in the way that they're organized typologically implies a kind of master text. And whether we're talking about so-called primitive societies or our current society, we read the primary text of what we encounter in its social form against something like a master text. Now, I guess what he's trying to say is like, and I guess he's also sort of trying to lay the foundations for or clear the field for the semiotic square that he's going to make use of, that the reading of cultural texts against a scriptural master text involves this distinction between correct and incorrect, and you know, a binary opposition, and that again, this doesn't offer an escape route from the nightmare of history necessarily, but this is another solution that would do away with the exhilarations of existential historicism, but don't solve the issue of causality, the causality that's at work in history. But this is, you know, a new master text of scientific rationality. It's highly rational. It's an evaluative system. And now we get rules and methods, and then this is going to dovetail with linguistics, right? And the linguistic turn. Well, the linguistic turn is in philosophy, but obviously it's like a linguistic turn in philosophy is motivated by structural linguistics.
right. And I mean, you know, even the sort of, we call it linguistic turn, we'll just use that for the sake of this, started in Russia, right? I think around like the convention was like 1913 or something. Lacan talks about this in the Akrian, the subversion of the subject. But when you look at the history of it, Jakobson, of course, was a part of it, and many others, including Saussure. But it was ultimately, its scientific ingenuity was geared towards looking at new forms of human sciences through understanding the structure of linguistics, rather than like the sort of linguistic turn of you know, analytic philosophy, where it's more about like just like the meaning of meaning, right?
Right. That's the linguistic term.
Yeah,
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 not structural linguistics.
yeah. The structural linguistics looks at structure of language, of course, but and how it operates through the different paradigms of a society or a culture, or in Levi-Strauss, a certain primitive tribe.
Well, this would be a good place to end it, and to just give a preview of where he goes from here, because if we're talking about these classification systems, and I'm getting this from Milner, the reason that linguistics is always mentioned as the paradigmatic model for all of these other systems of classifications, because in Saussurean linguistics, well, beginning with Saussure, we get a kind of differentiality based on opposition, in his case, between signifiers, a detachment from a one-to-one, or detachment from signifier and signified as a one-to-one correspondent, a distinction made between signified and referent, but like we're dealing with differential systems that involve a binary. So it's like this is why he's about to talk about Jakobson, but Jakobson is going to talk about larger units of language semantemes and their organization into metonymic and metaphorical arrangements. So that is a kind of differentiality which these classificatory systems, these classification systems, depend on, and therefore now we get a kind of a binary into which various cultural phenomena could be organized into. The problem isn't so much the mechanicity of a system like that for Jameson as it is the master narrative, which is in some ways disavowed and becomes the key to reading the text in terms of an evaluative system that stands over and above the evaluative system that is being developed in any of these works, if that makes sense. It's like now there needs to be some referential totality behind the differential system of a Saussure or a Jakobson, but that is what's disavowed or misrecognized.
Yeah. No, yeah, that was beautiful. And I think I haven't read as much Jakobson as I would say I read more Saussure, but I do think from the synopsis that you gave, this is what's important about, not even to bring in Lacan, but Lacan gets this from Levi-Strauss when we talk about the way in which the symbolic order for Strauss has this sort of symbolic opposition, but also combinatory factor that comes about from him analyzing the arrangements of the spices and the foods, but also the way that he creates a sort of algorithm code of analyzing myth, right? And so we get a sort of method of an arrangement and enumeration of looking at a given social order, right? That tells us something, I guess what if we call it a priori or not, but that there is a sort of arrangement and opposition that comes about by looking at the language not as words but as signifiers or signs, right, that are bestowed to us because of the, let's just say, as we said earlier, linguistic turn of the structural linguistics of Jakobson and Saussure, that language is not specific to words but an overall network of relations, of signs and codes passing forth and exchanging.
Yes. And I'm glad you said like combinatory, because basically this goes back to what I was saying before. It's like, what is Jameson offering us? A combinatoire, if that's how it's pronounced, of his own. Well, it's not fully his, it's also Graymoss's, but his own sort of reworking of Graymoss, or like a kind of a realization of its potential in terms of answering the question of, well, what is meaning? Is this signified forever lost because we are boycotting meta narratives and because we are good Leotardians or Deleuzians or whatever, and we eschew meta narratives wherever they might present themselves? Or can we come up with a combinatory which restores meaning to us in a way where all of these other insights are still taken into account, but we don't just jettison the signified? And that is utopian. That is going to, in Jameson's mind, be a process that is activated by a recuperation of the mode of production as a way of reading, so to speak. And that's all I got.
Yep, that's all. That is all, folks.
This is also, I think, the longest we've ever gone without mentioning Lacan. We did at the end, but like,
Yeah, just like in passing.
4 hours without like saying Lacan, which is unusual.
Well, I think I did say it once with the analogy I made about history, reading history like a text, and then like the unconscious structure like a language. But that was about it.
Yes. Okay. But wow, yeah, we went like 4 hours.
Yeah, that was nice though.
Made some headway. There's about like 10 pages left in this.
Yeah.
Maybe the next one will be a little shorter, but
for sure.
this was fire.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Well, I hope you enjoyed all that. And maybe next time we'll do another Jameson project. But
he's one of our guys, he's one of our
Yeah.
things. We're not called the Vanishing Mediators just because it sounds cool.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's definitely, we have that name for a reason. But until then, enjoy your all symptom, everybody.
Peace.